What's going on? Look like a few people popped in here real quick. Who were they? Who is that one person back there? Anybody? Who's the first to come forward? Reveal yourself. Hello, hello. Test, test, test. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Check, check, check. Mic check. Can anybody hear me? Can you hear me now? What's going on? Come on in. I got something different tonight. Whoa. Anybody? Come on in. Check it out. Come on, come on. 4 people. Come in, come in. Don't skip. Stay here. Come on in. Who do we got? Well, we got 3 people in the background. Aha! Eric! What's going on? Eric Lund? 7200. What's going on, brother? Brother Eric. Where are you coming from, Eric? Joseph! Mr. Joe. Hey, Joe! If you ever go to the Philippines, that's what they'll call you if you're a white person. Hey, Joe! They'll wave their hand, just wave back. And you'll be saying, how did they know my name? Everybody's a Joe. Every white person is a Joe to the Filipino. It comes from World War II, the G.I. Joe. So it's very common for people to say, hey, Joe! My best man for my wedding, when I went there, was named Joseph. And he didn't know. I forgot to tell him. And sure enough, one of the first trucks that drove by that was packed with, I think, rice, there was a guy sitting on top of the rice. And he's like, hey, Joe! And my friend Joe waves back, hey! He turns to me, he says, he even knows my name. I said, yeah, he does. Louisiana. LeBlanc. Are you from Grand Isle? Are you Cajun? By any chance? I had a roommate from Grand Isle down in Algiers, Louisiana. What's going on from, it looks like, from Russia? I don't know your name because I don't speak Russian. What's going on, Mr. Mekong? As you were, Mekong. Good to go. Yes, I did. United States Navy. Corpsman. Petty officer, 2nd class. And same back to a fellow prestidigitator, if you actually did perform magic. Louisiana, not Louisiana. Oh, I see. Is your name Luis? Ah, I get you. Even LeBlanc kind of threw me because of the French influence down in Louisiana. I used to be a prestidigitator. That's why I said that back. A magician. Magic City Music, only 16. That's your age? Or, sorry, did I miss something? So, Louisiane, is that correct? Louisiane. Where are you located? Mekong. I'm tired of people calling me Luis. They asked the guy called Tex if he was from Texas. He said, no, I'm from Louisiana, but I got tired of people calling me Luis. No. Oh, you do speak French most of the time. I thought you were asking. You speak French most of the time? Where are you in this world, Louisiana? Don't tell me Louisiana. Then you'll really confuse me. Wieners are from Texas. Wrangler. What's going on, bro? Oh, in Montreal. I visited a friend in Ottawa, and everything was in French. The gas pumps were in French. Hazel. Oh my gosh, Hazel. Welcome. I'm not. Oh, I thought you were asking me. Mega. Hey, Jazz. ¿Cómo está? Hey, I got something special tonight. I'm going to introduce Reformers Unanimous briefly, kind of the beginning of what happens when you walk into a Reformers Unanimous program at 7 p.m. on Friday nights. I'm good, Jazz. Mabuti po naman. Salamat. Long time, or relatively long time, Jess. Michelle. Now, is that female Michelle, or is that Michael in French? Speaking of French, did you know that Louisiana is the only state that has parishes instead of counties? Yeah. I haven't found any other state that has parishes. Yeah, I worked in St. Bernard Parish as a paramedic when I lived there. Oh, it is female. Okay. I asked that, Michelle, because we have a French speaker in the house, and we're kind of elaborating on that. And so her name is Louisiane, but I read it as Louisiana, thinking she was from Louisiana, and her last name is French LeBlanc. So I put two and two together and figured she was from Louisiana, but that's her actual name, Louisiane. And she speaks French most of the time. And then you popped in. So I thought, well, is that Michelle female or Michelle male? Yeah, I had to read her name twice and realize, oh, that doesn't say Louisiana. How many watching? Shout out. I got 12 right at the moment. Did you happen to see my live streams have been going crazy lately, Jazz? I've done the last 5 live streams, nothing under 6-point-something thousand viewers. The last live stream, oh, by the way, Mekong, last night, got 12.1 thousand viewers. That's my second highest. Yeah, that's what I say. Sana all. There, a few of you in the audience will learn a little bit of Filipino expressions. Jazz vlogs is using some of them in the room. Sana all basically means I want that, or that expression. Highlands and Scotland. That's my heritage board. I'm a MacKay. And DNA confirms it. Mostly Scottish. Yep. English, Welsh, and a wee bit of Irish. A wee bit of Irie. But I claim Scottish. Thank you very much. You are Cajun. Oh, me. What are the chances? I was just asking her if she was Cajun. Bro. Did you overhear me earlier when I first came in? I lived with a big old Cajun kid from Grand Isle. Yep. And he taught me how to crack crab and eat the roe and have it with eggs in the morning. And red beans and rice and the crawfish boils, and oh my gosh. I got to admit, it was a pretty nice catfish and Zatarain seasoning and etouffee and what's the sausage during Christmas time? Boudin? Is it? What is that again? Half Scottish, half Irish. Yeah, I'm 7% Irish, but I'm 42% Scottish, or and it's the highest one on the DNA results. Boudin, yeah, Boudin. I'm probably pronouncing it incorrectly, but all right, Jess. Maraming salamat, Mare, Jess. Yeah, I transported the oldest patient in the back of my ambulance years ago, and he was 105 years old. I had to look up who the president was when he was born, and it was President McKinley. That's something you only read in a history book. And he was asking me about my last name, and I told him the same story about Scottish, Welsh, English, and Irish. And he says, "So which are you, laddie?" And I said, "I'm Scottish." He goes, "That's my boy." Because he was Scot. He didn't want me to choose Irish. He says he used the expletive, starts with the D. Some D American changed my last name to the current spelling that it's at. But the original spelling is the spelling that I use on my channel, that I can find back to the 1100, the 12th century. M-A-C-K-A-Y, MacKay. Yeah, Boudin. Yeah. Thank you, Macon. Yeah, the one coworker made some during Christmas, and some homemade fruitcake. You know, not the stuff you buy in the store. He actually made it. Oh, wait, you're Cajun, born in Louisiana. I've been to Cambodia, Canada, Mexico, Bolivia, Vietnam, Okinawa, China, Japan, but I've never been to New Orleans. Well, I lived a stone's throw away from New Orleans. I lived in Algiers on the other side of the Mississippi River Bridge. And I also, the lady I was dating at the time was from Harahan, which is right close to the Superdome. And within a 10-15 minute, less than 10 minute drive, I think, you get to Bourbon Street from her house, from Harahan. So we walked up and down and kicked around Bourbon Street quite a bit. Yeah, it's called the Toilet Bowl of America, New Orleans is. You know why, right? Does my picture have a black border around it to you? does on my end. I'm not using any different layout. Yeah, chicken and sausage gumbo. Yes, it does, Boardman. Yeah, okay. I'm not quite sure how to get rid of that, but I think there's an option that says remove border, but I don't know where it is. So tell me, why are you walking in that way? Walking. Okay, am I gonna fall into a trap if I say walking what way? I'm not walking. All right, Jazz. Thank you, dear. Maraming salamat. Ginger! There was a girl named Ginger in junior high school that had a crush on me. Ginger Hawkins, Bourbon Street. So anyhow, let me, I was waiting for a few people to come in. Let me introduce this, this program, if I may. How about that? I'm just gonna wing it. So, so bear with me. The program normally starts off with a video, a 15-minute video at the beginning of the program. Oh, by the way, for those that don't know what I'm talking about, Reformers Unanimous International. I introduced it last live stream and a few other times. It's a Christ-centered program for those struggling with, basically, with sin. Do you know any sinners? Yeah. So in other words, the program's for everybody. It was originally developed for those where sin got a hold of them in a much more acute way and ended up destroying their lives, their families' lives, their friends' lives, and even people they didn't know's lives. And a man named Steve Currington out of Rockford, Illinois, was moved to start a program to help others. And that was back in 1995-ish, somewhere around there. And who would know that how many years later, 31 years later, there would be from 800 to 1,000 chapters currently in the United States and now in other countries around the world. Yeah, it started out, if I'm not mistaken, like 2 people in his basement, and it grew to 4. The story is somewhere about, I'm sure you could find it online, of how many people and how it started and the details behind that. So anyhow, I happened upon the program 19 years ago in 2007, and it's been part of my life. It is the reason for what I know and what I read and what I look at and what I listen to, and etc. To this very day. So I decided, you know, and I can't formally start a Reformers Unanimous program online, but I can talk about it and share some of the curriculum that I still have sitting around. Oh, you did? You watched these videos on YouTube many, many, many times? Wow. How did you, now that you say that, how did, I recognized the first time you commented about the program, and I read it and I was like, I wonder if he's had, you know, it's been introduced to you, or you know about it already, because the way you commented was such that you might already know something about it, and you never really commented, and now you did. how did you find out about Reformers Unanimous? Before I go on. Yeah, it's really interesting that you say you've watched Steve's videos on YouTube many, many, many times. Yeah, you never get tired of them. I've been hearing that video. I've been hearing all 10 of those principles for 19 years, and I never get tired of them. Never. And now one of the chapters, which is 45 minutes from here, there's one at my church actually on Friday nights. It's the one that I got introduced to originally. But referring to another chapter 45 minutes from here up at Solid Rock Church, they've now implemented not only the video, but they've taken people of the class, the director, the assistant director, whoever, and they give a intro, an actual human introduction to the principles instead of a video. And that's kind of what I'm going to do. I'm going to pretend like I'm directing the program and introduce it, and then talk about the principles and what they are, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, King James Bible refers to the sin that doeth so easily beset us. Yeah, we had that at our church. I used to go for moral support, also knowing that we each have our own sin we need to deal with. What is it called? Well, it's Boardman. Just hang out. I'm going to introduce it here in a second. The name of the program is Reformers Unanimous International, officially RUI, Reformers Unanimous International. If you're in the United States, you can go to their website, which is, I put it up here last time, reform, the word reform, and then the letter U, reformu.com. It's an old website, but it'll redirect you to the most current one. I was just reading the website, the current website, and now I've turned the page and misplaced it. But let's see. I think it might be here in the very back or in the very front. No, that's okay. Did that come up? Yeah, reformu.com. You can go to that website and put in your zip code to chapters near you or location, whatever the tab is, and then it'll tell you, within a whatever mile radius you set, it'll tell you where there's a chapter nearest you. And if you're in the US, there's more than likely one near you. It's a program for anybody struggling with anything. I mean, anything, whatever, you name it. If it's drugs or alcohol, so be it. If it's struggling with waking up late chronically, and being late for work, it addresses that. If it's had a 60-plus-year-old man stand up and introduce himself and tell everybody that he had an addiction to renting Redbox videos, and we all do. It's like, what? And he said, yeah, I've got this problem of going, well, if there's any Redbox video machines out there anymore, he'd go to those machines. It's like a vending machine, but you can check out DVD videos. And he would rent 5 or 6 of them, he said, and he'd take them home and he'd watch one and the other 5 would sit. And if you don't return them within a certain amount of time, it ends up charging, your card, and you end up buying them. And he was accumulating these videos. He said he's got stacks of them up against his wall at his home. He couldn't tell you why he did it or why he couldn't return them. It's like, So it just goes to show you, you can be addicted to anything. Food, you know, whatever. We are broken people. What behavior do you expect from broken people? Broken behavior. And so you fill in the blank. I used to work in emergency medicine for nearly 20 years, and we called it the annals of human stupidity, because the human, amazing, the things that we humans, the problems that we can put on ourselves. You would be surprised what goes on in your neighbor's house next door or wherever you live. Just bizarre behavior. Yeah, so. Anyhow, yes, as a matter of fact, Mekong, that's what I use, the 10 principles videos. And I get the list of all 10 of them, and I was doing one a week. Yes, and matter of fact, I'll do principle number 1 tonight just to introduce it. But here's typically how a Reformers Unanimous program. You walk in, somebody gives you a bulletin. It's basically an intro, you know, welcome, Friday night, whatever. And it lists the principle of the evening. There's 10 principles. Principles are basically boundaries. It's an umbrella of protection that if you stay within those boundaries, you're free. Freedom comes with boundaries. You only give up boundaries for bondage. Boundaries are protection, like a stop sign. You know, if you choose to blow through a stop sign, you're more than likely gonna hurt yourself, or you're gonna hurt somebody else, or you're gonna get a police officer behind you, you know, pulling you over and writing you a ticket. You get the principle? That's why they're called principles. Anyhow, the very first principle is, if God is against it, so am I. So you got to learn what God's against in order to figure out, you know, what his boundaries are. And there's more to that. I'm just kind of skimming over this. There's 3 things that they do in Reformers Unanimous, and that is they talk. Okay. First, they talk to God through prayer and testimonies. A testimony is bragging on God. What has he done for you? As simple as, you know, praise God for this shirt that I'm wearing, or the cover that I have on my head, or the military that I served, you know, in back in 1999 to 2007, for the shoes on my feet, or whatever. Prayer is obviously prayer. You can choose to have your prayer read publicly, and everybody will pray for you about it. Or if it's something private, you know, you'd rather not discuss, you know, in public, you can write it down on a little ticket, prayer card or prayer sheet, and give it to the director, and he'll pray for it privately on his own time. The second talk, you break from that first talk and you go into groups. The men with men, women with women. They do that on purpose, because women aren't men and men aren't women. We all have our own you know, mindset and things to talk about that a male can relate to another male with, and a female can relate to another female with. And if you've ever been in any other secular programs like AA, NA, and so on, they intermingle both of them together. And when that happens, well, there's other issues when you start combining men with females and female with men. And I won't, you can read between the lines. So they keep that to a minimum. Females go to their group, males go in their group. And what do you do in the second talk? You have, it's a curriculum-based program. So you typically have done some curriculum last week, and they're assignments. It's what they are. You know, it's you go to number 1, you work number 1, and when you're done with number 1, you turn the page and you go to number 2. And it's an assignment, whether it's a written assignment, a verbal memorization assignment, maybe it's something physical that you go out into the public and you do. Anyhow, and so you get those assignments checked off. There's no right way or wrong way to work the program, although the program works if you work the program. So it would behoove you to work the program. It's kind of a personal discussion amongst the guys and the ladies in their groups. Maybe something that's on your mind you might want to talk about. We always tell each other, or the group leader tells his group, hey guys, just to let you know what's said in this group stays in this group. There's no need to be starting rumors and telling other people about somebody else's problem and starting the grapevine, and what happens when that happens. So that's second talk. And then once second talk's done, everybody, women break, guys break, they go back into the chapel or the room where the meeting's being held, and the director or somebody will give a third talk. And third talk is when God talks to us through a message. So somebody's prepared a message, and basically it's something right out of the Bible or some kind of a spiritual message based on scripture, and it's usually like a 15-minute talk. And that's the talk format of Reformers Unanimous. Good to go? That's actually the very first assignment. When you walk in the door, they give you your very first piece of curriculum free, and it's called the Overcomer's Guide or book. Sorry about the reflection there. Just a little thin, how many pages in here? 25, 26, 27 page little pamphlet. And it's got, I believe, 10 assignments. And where do you start? You go to number 1 and you do the very first assignment. The very first assignment is memorizing the talk format. First, we talk to God through prayer and testimony. Second, through our challenge groups. And third, when God talks to us through a message. And if you can, when you memorize that, somebody's just listening to you recite that, and then they sign their name. And you did number 1. Okay? You did number 1. There's my name, and there's whoever signed me off below it. Okay? When you're done with that, you go to number 2. Cool? Here, since we're on it, number 2 is memorizing the RU slogan. What's the RU slogan? Only the truth makes free. Okay, that comes from John 14:6. I'm sorry, John 8:32, where Jesus said, "And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free." Some Bibles say set you free. Well, in the King James, it's make you free, because here's the difference. You can be set free from prison, but you can always go back. But if you're made free from prison, you never go back. And that concept is on, if you choose, conditional, you choose to believe in God's only begotten Son, he promises you 100% that you're going to have another opportunity to live again when you take your last breath. And goodness and mercy will follow you all the days of your life while you're still alive. I said that backwards. Goodness and mercy shall follow thee all the days of your life while you're still alive, and you shall dwell in the house of the Lord forever. That's after you take your last breath. So anyhow, that's 100%. So that's being made free as opposed to being set free. And I know the arguments, different Bibles. If you look up the definition, the Greek definition, or Hebrew, I guess it's Greek in New Testament, it does give you an option to use make or set, but that's the spoon that fed me. There's a difference between make and set. So there's a RU motto verse, and it comes from Psalm 1:1-6. Okay, if anybody's got a Bible out there, open your Bibles to Psalm. Open the middle of your Bible, And if you're in Proverbs, I think you go left to Psalm. If you're in Psalms, you're good to go. But basically in the middle of your Bible. If you don't have a Bible, it's okay, because I'm going to post Psalm 1 through 6 here up on the screen. You guys can follow along. Psalm 1 through 6 is the very first memorization verse assignment that you're given. As a matter of fact, it's in the Overcomers little pamphlet that you're given when you walk in the door. And it's quite a lengthy memorization, but you will get it. Don't worry. No excuses. You will get it over time. It might take you a while, but you will get it eventually. And if you're still trying to memorize 1 through 6, Psalm 1 through 6, and you haven't got it yet, go on to the next assignment and work that one. And if you're still not done, go on to the next assignment and work that. But keep working the program while you're trying to remember Psalm 1 through 6. Okay? But you will eventually get it. Okay? If you work the program. Anyways, let me show you Psalm 1 through 6 here. Let's get it up there. Okay, let's get rid of me. Let's see the... second. When I'm not up on stage, I lose my audio. So I'm going to pick a different format here. I forgot about this. Let's see if I can get myself down in the bottom corner. And that's not small enough. Let's see here. Maybe that one? Does that make me smaller? Nope. How about that one? Nope. That just kind of moves it around. How about side by side? Nope. How about that one? Nope. That doesn't do it either. That's because I'm in vertical format and I'm struggling. So anyways, let me just read it to you. All right. Let's see here. Okay. Anyhow, I'm not going to struggle with this. Maybe next time. But Psalm 1 through 6. Only because I've been doing this for 19 years. You know, is it ingrained in my memory? But Psalm 1 through 6 is, blessed or happy is the man that walketh not in the counsel of the ungodly, nor standeth in the way of sinners. But his delight is in the law of the Lord, and in his law does he meditate day and night. And he shall be like a tree planted by the rivers of waters, that bringeth forth his fruit in his season. His leaf also shall not wither, and whatsoever he doeth shall prosper. The ungodly are not so, but are like the chaff which the wind driveth away. Therefore, because of that, the ungodly shall not stand in the judgment, nor sinners in the congregation of the righteous. For the Lord knoweth the way of the righteous, but the way of the ungodly shall perish. Psalm 1 through 6. That's the RU motto verse. And you'll eventually memorize that. Matter of fact, it's a challenge. Let's see, it's the third assignment. Let me see here. When do you start learning that? 4 and 5. There it is. Looks like you start in challenge number, they call the assignments challenges. 4 is when you start. Let's see. Nope. Wait. 4, 5. Sorry. 6, 7, 8. There it is. Challenge 8. Begin to memorize the RU motto. Psalm 1. All right. So yeah, that's pretty much that's the start of Reform If Unanimous. There's a few more little formalities that go on before we break into our first talk. And I already talked about that. Prayer and testimonies. And then the second talk is when everyone breaks into their groups. And then the third talk, we come back in and we end the program with a message from the director or from somebody. So that's Reformers Unanimous, a Christ-centered program for sinners. Do you know any? That's it. Bible never misses. Never. Why? Because if it's the truth, if, conditional, right? If it's the truth, then it can't be wrong about anything it knows. So it never misses. It wins all wars. That's it. And as I said before, why do I believe in the beginning God created? Because it creates the most convincing, overwhelming convincing model to what I see on this earth today and what I see in the heavens. Period. I have no choice but to reject everything else because of that. The evidence is overwhelming that we originated from a creator, from an intelligent designer. Yep. Yeah, there's no gap theories. That's all. That has no evidence. It's all based on man's stinking thinking, if that's what you're referring to there. There's no evidence. Evidence is all around you, brother. Dale, to deny that, you're without excuse. Everybody, I would be without excuse. The evidence is right in front of you, what you're looking at right now. The evidence is this earth. Everything on this earth is the evidence of an intelligent creator. And you say there is no evidence? I beg your pardon? How could you say that? Look at the stars, look at the sun, look at the bodies in the heavens and in the universe. It's all evidence of a creator. Everybody has the same evidence to do their scientific methods on, but some are looking through it through an evolutionary set of glasses, and other scientists are looking at it through a creation worldview. Those that are looking at it through a creation worldview come up with the best model for creation. I mean, for this, what we see, for the evidence. Sure, I could prove that wrong in a heartbeat, Dale. Okay, a unicorn, all right, doesn't have the ability to create this. If we were to take the description of a unicorn that we know of, right, that myth, or whoever created the unicorn, right? If you take that evidence, that description of what a unicorn is, okay, and then look at the evidence around this earth, okay, it wouldn't fit that a unicorn with the description that it has would be able to accomplish what we see on this earth. It just wouldn't make any sense. But if you take the God of the Bible and his attributes, okay, and then apply it to the evidence that you see and use the descriptions and the accomplishments and what he has done, the attributes of God, it makes perfect sense that he would be able to do that as opposed to a unicorn. That was easy. It's awesome, though, that the naysayers are overwhelming the live stream, MacKay, and others out there that are believers. Just let them fill the room as long as they are, appropriate and not saying anything illegal or nasty. Praise God, right? All the naysayers at the foot of the cross, that crucified Christ, were saying the same thing. Prove that a unicorn didn't create everything. If you're God, get yourself down off that cross. Same difference, right? Same difference. So anyways, reform is unanimous. I talked about the principles. There's 10 principles in the program. Matter of fact, I got a little pamphlet, speaking of pamphlets, that lists all the 10 principles. I'll start with principle number 1, and I'll introduce it to you. It starts out with a scripture in Galatians 5:19 through 21. Those that have a Bible or the internet or a laptop, you can pull up this tab if you want. Now the works or the deeds of the flesh, that is humans, the deeds of humans are manifest or revealed. Oh, let me tell you why Steve is putting or dissecting and defining a lot of these verses, because that's what Steve does. He loves to dissect and define. So throughout the curriculum, you'll see words with parentheses and the word dissected and defined for you. All right. So now the works or deeds of the flesh, that is humans, are manifest, revealed, which are these: adultery, which is sex with other than your wife; fornication, that's sex outside of marriage; uncleanness, that's sexual impurity; lasciviousness, that's sexual excess; idolatry, that's things in your life that are more important than God; witchcraft, which is sorcery; hatred, variance, which is causing strife or discord; emulations, that is being jealous; wrath, that's sinful anger; strife, which is selfish ambition; seditions, which are dissensions; heresies, that's organized divisions or cliques; envyings, murders, drunkenness, revelings, or excessive eating, and such like, of the which I tell you before, as I have also told you in the past, that they which do such things shall not inherit the kingdom of God. Okay, that's Galatians 5:19 through 21. Throughout the Bible, we see passages indicating behavior God is against. He has asked that we avoid behaving in this way. He warns that participating in certain behavior will bring sorrow, punishment, and can even lead to a shorter life. We have seen this to be true in not only our lives, but in the lives of many others as well. It's called the law of sowing and reaping. This simple law says that if you sow or spread destructive behavior, you will reap or receive destruction in your life. But if you spread good behavior patterns, you will receive blessings from God. The Bible was written to tell us what is right, what is not right, how to get right, and how to stay right. If God's intention was to inform us of what is not, how to get, and how to stay right, then it is our responsibility to conform each area of our life that is revealed to be wrong. He will help us to do this. He gives new believers His Spirit, that's capital H, capital S, and a hunger to be right. This new presence and new desire for good is what God uses to mold us, to mold our new Christian character. If we draw a line and do not overstep this line of behavior that is considered by God to be wrong, then He will reveal more and more things that He would like to change in our lives. As we continue to adopt these revelations of God's will for us, we will find ourselves farther and farther from the original line, which is to not indulge in our addiction. Eventually, we will find ourselves so far from our original line in the sand, so to speak, that even when we have a bad day, the thought of using or engaging in our addiction is not even a remote possibility. This is a joyous place to be. To this end, we see that all who want to be unanimously reformed in their lives must accept Christ's offer for salvation first and foremost. Then they must draw a line and say, if God is against it, so am I. That's principle number 1. Good to go? And next week we'll do principle number 2. And there's 10 principles as opposed to 12 steps in the secular programs. Welcome to Reformers Unanimous. What's up, Stephen? Angina or angina? Tell me about angina. Jolly. What is angina? What's up, Yime? Welcome back. Oh, everybody, don't forget the thumbs up. Have you done that yet? If you're on your phone, click up there at the top and drop down my name or whatever that bar is, and then you'll see the thumbs up or the thumbs down or the subscribe, etc., etc. Give me a thumbs up if you would. The least I can ask. You know, we don't even have to really go into detail about you know, whether or not there's a God. It's overwhelmingly convincing that a creator. Here's the example I gave last time, and I don't see too many people contesting it, although they go down another rabbit hole more than often. And that is, if I were to take a basic object, I used this before. If I took this lock, for example, okay, it's I don't know what brand it is, some suitcase lock, okay, it's got a little keyhole in the bottom, right, for a key, and you put it in the keyhole and you twist it, and then the lever, you know, opens at the top, and then you close it back into the slot there at the top, and you turn the key back and pull it out, and now the lock is locked, right? Let's just take this lock and all the mechanisms inside of it, you know, that allow the key to open when you put it in a keyhole and for the lever to turn. Okay, let's just take this, for example. If I were to take this lock, which is pretty basic, relatively speaking, okay, compared to something like, let's pick your eyeball, all right, pretty basic, right? Intelligent, wouldn't you agree? All the naysayers out there, that it took an intelligent designer to create this. There was some intelligence behind this, and to create the key with the notches, right? Pretty obvious question, right? Obviously, something with intelligence designed this, okay? This is just a lock. If I were to take this lock, something like this lock, okay, given enough time, okay, without an intelligent designer, and you give it as much time as you want to give it, millions, billions, trillions, whatever, of years, given enough time, what are the chances that this lock and this key in the lock, let's leave the key in the lock, and even the other extra key there dangling from the bottom, let's put that on it, into the equation also. Given enough time, what are the chances that you're going to find an assembled lock like this, with that label on it as well, all right, in the ground, fully formed and functional, with the key in the lock that actually works, okay, with an extra key hanging off the bottom. Given enough time, you're going to find it in the ground. It's a stupid question. The chances of you finding this in the ground without some intelligent influence is what? I could help you out. 0, right? 0 chance that you're going to find something like this, fully assembled, working with an extra set of keys on the bottom. And that's just a lock. Now let's go back to the eyeball. Given enough time, What are the possibilities that this eyeball and its functions that it can do simultaneously? With the brain attached. Shall I go even further? And a skull that encompasses the brain is going to magically appear out of the earth, given enough time, without some kind of influence, intelligent influence, to create the design that an eyeball consists of. Think about the lock first, right? If there's a 0 chance this lock is going to appear out of the ground, what are the chances that an eyeball is going to appear? Don't forget about entropy at work. Supposedly, throughout this whole process that the eyeball was, right, evolving. Don't forget about entropy. See what I mean? It's ridiculous. I would be without excuse to not allow some kind of designer to create me. See, we don't even need to go down the technical, pretty basic explanation, I think. A lock, a suitcase lock, versus my heart. The eyeball, the inner ear, the brain, DNA. You see? When you allow that into your stinking thinking, that is an intelligent designer, into your equation, you will be overwhelmingly convinced that everything came from, in the beginning, God created. If you don't allow that, you'll end up with comments that you're leaving right now. And you're going to debate it, and you're going to do everything you can to prove it. Where if you ask me, I just proved it. There's no excuse. How could you deny when you can't even, when nobody can explain or even give a fraction of a possibility that this would appear out of the ground, completely formed and functional. And this is just a plastic lock with a metal. Oh, can't forget the composition of the metal. Now that might happen, but what are the chances, right? What's the possibility that this came from nothing? I rest my case. Yes, there's a lot more to be talked about, but I mean, and I allowed that into my thinking 19 years ago. And the rest revealed itself. I was blown away. My God, what have you done? And unless you do that, unless you allow that, you'll never know. And hoorah, John. What's going on, Dale? Billy, what's up, William? talking about the possibility that everything on this earth and in this universe came from nothing. Given enough time, everything came from nothing came from something other than an intelligent designer. I gave a basic example of, given enough time, what are the possibility that this lock, fully functional with the key hanging out of the back of it, would appear in the ground, that you would all of a sudden, with a metal detector, you would find this would start beeping on your metal detector, and you would find this fully made, and your jaw would hit the ground going, oh my God. This must have taken billions of years to form. And that's just a plastic, simple suitcase lock. I was given the comparison between an eyeball and a lock. If it's that obvious that the lock had some kind of intelligent influence behind it, what about your eyeball? How much more complicated is an eyeball? And then throw in that same question. Given enough time, what are the chances an eyeball, fully functional, with all the chemicals and fluids and reactions and membranes and osmosis and pH balances on each side and acetylcholine network? It's like, look at the heart. The heart has its own pacemakers in the 3 different divisions of the heart: the atria, the AV node, and the ventricles. They all have their own pacemaker. In other words, their own source of electricity. If you took the heart outside the body and you took a divot, like a watermelon divot, a small one, and you took a divot of the atria and you put it on the table, it'll beat for 20 to 40 beats per minute, all on its own. For a while, for a bit. Of course, it runs out of oxygen, water, and sugar, and eventually it'll die. But it beats on its own. Where's the electricity coming from? Where did it come from originally? If you took the middle of the heart from the AV node and you took a little divot of the tissue and you put it on the table, it'll beat from 40 to 60 beats on its own, independently, different from the atria. And if you took it from, I did it backwards, 40 to 60 in the atria, 60, oh my gosh, I got my numbers wrong. Faster in the atria, slower in the AV node, and then even slower in the ventricles. The ventricles 20 to 40. AV node 40, 60, and the atria 60 to 80. Anyways, whatever the numbers are. Take a divot out of the ventricles and put it on the table. It'll sit there and beat on its own, 20 to 40 beats per minute. I got those numbers backwards. But anyways, you get the, my point was, where's the electricity coming from? Where's its origin? And it beats on its own for what, up to 100 years? We're not plugged into a socket. Baffling to me. I know you're going to give me all the chemical reaction equations as to where that electricity comes from, but that's not my point. Where did it come from? Where did the electricity come from? It spontaneously starts beating while in the womb. But there's no designer, right? Given enough time, right? That lock will appear out of the ground. No. So anyways, yeah, everybody goes into the disprove something with no proof, and you deviate from my question. And I haven't been following as far as, did somebody give an answer? What's the possibility that this lock, this simple mechanism, given enough time, is going to appear in the ground? Tell me. Answer it. There it is again, MacKay. Exactly. It takes more, and I don't like using that word anymore because I know what faith is. It's more thought and more supposition, I think, or I suppose, as opposed to I believe. There you go. It's more of a stretch. Much more. That's not true. Faith, go to Hebrews 11:1 there, Ring, before you start shouting out stuff you know nothing about. The context in which you just use faith is absolutely wrong. Go to Hebrews 11:1. That'll give you the definition of faith. Okay? Faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. That comes from the Creator. That can't be wrong about anything it knows, right? Because the Creator is the truth. Can't disagree with me there, right? If there's a Creator, that's the truth. And the truth can't be wrong about anything it knows. So if that's true, then, right? If then. Praise God. Do you guys, did you hear, MacKay, how many views this live stream got last night? 12,100. I was like, what? That doesn't mean anything, but again, multiply that by 5 seconds. If everybody watched this for at least 5 seconds, then, what's, Alexa, what's 12,000 times 5? That's 60. 600. 600
equals 60,000.
60,000. Sorry. What's 60,000 divided by 60? 1,000. See? 1,000 watch hours.
Divided by 61,000 equals 0.98.
Oh, stop. I didn't ask that. It just misquoted me. That's 1,000 watch hours. Oh, by the way, I'm up to over 1,500 watch hours now. I went from 800 to 1,500 in 2 live streams. So I think I can reach 3,000 here in a couple days. We're doomed. Dale. Which ones? Is Dale I'm sorry, Dale, I haven't been, are you a believer or not a believer? There's so much out there, Kyle, about that. I mean, not only that book, but so many videos. I've got material on it here on my table. It just repeats itself. Somebody just has to accept, I even say a month, just a month, accept that in the beginning God created, let's just say, humor me, let's just say that's true, and then do their studies for a month, using in the beginning God created as their foundation. And their world will be rocked. But if they don't choose to do that, they're not going to get it. And they're not going to see it. Hoorah, Pete. Welcome back, by the way. I remember your 1979. Hoorah. Don't forget the thumbs up, everyone. The Navy doesn't have an MOS, detective. I have a rate. It was HM2, or Hospitalman Second Class. All right? Everyone's, Ryan, what evidence? Look around you. The evidence is all around you. Savoir faire is everywhere. That's okay. No, most people, a lot of people will just automatically knee-jerk reaction say, what was your MRS? Usually those that are challenging whether or not I'm in the military or not. It may not apply to you, but that's typically, from what I'm finding, is, so what's your MOS? You know, trying to catch the person not knowing what their MOS is. And it's like, well, that doesn't apply to me, so I don't need to know what my MOS is. Even the cover, you know, throws people. Oh, you were a Marine, so what's your MOS? No, I wasn't a Marine. What pics are legit? Which pics? Oh, speaking of pics, I got lots of them. I had my, since my son's got the laptop, I had him upload a bunch of pictures from my deployment for the naysayers out there. You want to see some? Some that I still have laying around. I took my phone and I popped about, I don't know, a dozen or so pictures from my album underneath the coffee table there, and plan on sharing a few. My stream cover pics. Yep. Thank you for recognizing that. Many people will come in here and, you know, start the stolen valor rhetoric, and I always refer to them. Have you looked at the profile pictures by any chance? Obviously they haven't. Did I make all those up? Is that not me in those photos? I know I'm 20 years older now, but isn't there some kind of resemblance? I am Matt, United States Navy in OIF 2004, 2005. Talk to me, Matt. What's the thing about stolen valor? Were you in the military by any chance, Matt? Forgive me if I'm supposed to know that already. I'm just asking. Were you in the military? Jeff Beatty, who are you talking to? That's a good question, Maycon, right there. I always bring that up. So if Christ actually removed himself from that cross, like they were all screaming at him to do, would that really make a difference? He was already accused of being a sorcerer and a magician, working his magic, his prestidigitation. So if he got himself off that cross, and what's new, right? Just another prestidigitator at work. The historical evidence for Jesus, 500 plus witnesses witnessed him walk. That's historical. That's written history. Right? And if you push if you look and you investigate as to whether or not that writing is actually authentic and is true, which many people have done, you'll find that in the court of law, it would be overwhelming that it did happen. So based on that, there's your historical evidence. Jolly, what's up there, Mr. Angina? Why don't you want to consider that in the beginning God created? Let me interrupt you guys for a second. MacKay, hold off for a second. Okay. I'm just referencing biblical literature. So if you want to know the details, you can look it up. It's available. You can do your research. Like I said, unfortunately, I don't have the time right now to be answering all your questions and showing you details. But the information's available, and it's available to you and to me. So get out there and study it, and that'll answer your question. Angina, why don't you want to believe in the beginning God created? What would you rather believe in? Or what do you believe in? Let me interrupt for a second, MacKay. Let me have a conversation with Mr. Jolly. Are you going to take off, MacKay? Just hang out for a second. I thought of something, so I wanted to ask a question. Angina, stop for a second. What do you believe in? And what are you going to believe in up till the day you take your last breath? As far as where we came from, what makes the most sense to you? What's up, Fish Stick? Don't forget the thumbs up. Keyboard warrior Dale, come on. And a mythicist. So you're going to take that to the day you take your last breath? Now, what is a theist, by the way? I'm just curious. What is your definition of a theist? Wait, I'm going to go with your previous. I'm an atheist and a mythicist. Okay, what is an atheist? Someone that believes in a God. Wait, in a capital G God or a small g God? Or any God? We're talking about the creator, right? So he gets a capital G, if there is one, right? Because that's a proper noun. We all know proper nouns get capital letters, right? Okay, so if there's not any God, then why are you using it in your disbelief? There isn't any. So you're not believing in what? I thought you didn't believe in one, but you're using it. If there isn't one, then there's not even a word for it, right? Because there isn't one. But yet we have a word that starts with a G, O, and D. So there's got to be more to it than just a word, right? So what's the word? What are you talking about? A God, meaning what is that? Remember, you don't believe it, so you shouldn't know anything about, right, what this is, because there isn't one. What God are you talking about? What does that mean? What is God? And how do you know that? You don't believe in it, so there shouldn't be anything you know about it. Why are you using the word that you don't believe in? No, but you believe in Spider-Man because of the Marvel comics and the movies and everything that's been written about the character. All right? We know about Spider-Man. All right, but you don't believe Spider-Man created everything because how? Here, let me help you out. Maybe you weren't here last time. I'm gonna read something. Here's what those that don't believe in. Okay, I'm gonna read some of the things, and you tell me if this is accurate or sounds accurate or not. Okay. I'm bringing up my Gmail, by the way. I've got some things saved in my Gmail. Let me bring that up. I got to do it on my Xbox because I'm using my phone. I can't just go to my phone without interrupting the live stream, and then I wouldn't be able to read what's in my email because you wouldn't be able to hear me, et cetera, et cetera. So instead of a laptop, I'm on an Xbox, and I'm looking at the browser, and I'm typing in my password. So give me a second. All right, I've got some things saved that says it a lot better than I can. I'm going to read some things that you and I see every day. Okay? And you tell me if this sounds legit. Hold on. Almost there. Sorry about that. I had to accept that two-step verification. And Gmail's coming up as we speak. All right. I saved it in a folder here, creation.com folder. I named it creation.com. I read this last night, but let me read it, some of it again. Okay. Tell me if this sounds like something that you're familiar with. All right. It does to me, and tell me if it does with you as well. If, conditional, if you start with an intelligent designer, all right, i.e. God, capital G, by the way, who created everything with purpose and order from the beginning, what would you expect to see? And here's some things I came up with. You would expect to see mathematical precision, logical patterns, and observable consistency throughout creation. That framework actually predicts what we find. complex systems that work together harmoniously, mathematical constants that allow life to exist, and information-rich structures like DNA that demonstrate clear design principles. That's if, in the beginning, God created. In other words, you start with an intelligent designer. Let me continue. Just the beginning here. From a mathematical probability standpoint, the second law of thermodynamics predicts systems move towards disorder over time, correct? That's entropy. If DNA started in a highly organized state, for example, in the beginning God created Adam and Eve in a highly organized state, meaning they were created fully, all right, need I go any further? If that happened, the redundancies and quirks that we observe today in DNA would be exactly what we'd expect to see. Evidence of entropy increasing, not complexity building up from simpler forms, i.e. evolution. Doesn't make sense. What you'd expect to see is redundancies and quirks, i.e. mutations, which is entropy increasing, not complexity building up from simple forms. Okay, let me continue. What's that have to do with in the beginning God created? Because in the beginning God created everything fully formed and functional, i.e. that's what we'd expect to find, which we do find. But then when that first Adam and Eve committed that first sin, we went to crap. And entropy entered the world, i.e. sin. And because of sin, that's what we find now. We find the redundancies and quirks in DNA. We find, you see, we find entropy increasing, not the other way around. That's biblical. So again, if in the beginning God created and then everything after that is true, then I'm reading exactly what you would expect to see and what we do find. Let me continue. This is why I believe that in the beginning God created. All right? From a purely logical and mathematical perspective, if, again, conditional, if you started with an intelligent designer, God, creating with purpose and order, you'd expect to see several key patterns. Number one, you'd expect to see highly optimized systems like the precise mathematical constants that govern physics. You'd expect to see, that govern physics, where even tiny variations would make stars, atoms, and chemistry impossible. If you started with an intelligent designer creating with purpose and order, i.e. in the beginning God created, you'd expect to see information-rich structures that follow recognizable design principles, hierarchical organization, error correction mechanisms, and functional complexity that serves clear purposes. That's what you find. Number three, you'd expect to see mathematical elegance and universal constants that appear fine-tuned rather than random. That's what we find. Number four, you'd expect to see systems where all components must be present simultaneously to function, which is called irreducible complexity. That's what you find. But that's if you start with an intelligent creator. There's more. This is why I believe that in the beginning God created, because it all fits. It all makes sense. the evidence that we have all around us screams this. That's what we find. No, I'm speaking because I'm the host of my live stream. And I can't, one-on-one with all of you, or even two of you. Okay? Unfortunately, you get to listen. I get to speak. That's just the way it is. I'm the one on stage. You're not. We keep going. I've got a point. And that's what I'm sharing. I'm highlighting how the intelligent design framework provides a more coherent explanation for the origin of complex biological systems. This is what I'm doing by reading this. While evolutionary theory, i.e., there is no God, an atheist, for example, while an atheist relies on undirected natural processes like mutation and selection over vast timescales, the intelligent design perspective points to the mathematical improbability of information-rich structures arising without guidance, especially given thermodynamic constraints that predict degradation rather than increasing complexity. It just makes sense to me. It makes total sense, overwhelming, convincing sense. This is what I see in the world. So, if in the beginning God created, and it's overwhelmingly convincing to me over 19 years of studying this, then I have no choice but to reject everything else and believe everything after that verse. And that's what I've been doing. I've been going with that and reading what it says and reading what other scientists have studied for me, because I don't have degrees like they do. So I have to rely on them as being my professors and instructors. And I read their material and their findings and their studies and their journals. And it's overwhelming. As I go down scripture and I keep reading and I keep studying and I keep filling my mind with all this new information that I never had before till 19 years ago. It's Mr. Toad's Wild Ride. It's jaw-dropping to see the results, the scientific results in all fields of study. Always got to pull out my cheat book here because it lists all the fields of science, and I can't remember them all. In the fields of geology, biology, genetics, medicine, paleontology, chemistry, biochemistry, physics, astrophysics, astronomy, and specific research by esteemed scientists. Now that I've been doing this, it's crazy. Contrasting what I was taught before with this new worldview. I'm sorry, this is evolution, the greatest deception in modern history. With this new worldview, the creation worldview, the in the beginning God created worldview, it's unbelievable. Unbelievable. So, whether you choose to go there is up to you. I did it, and I'm a nobody. I don't even have a degree. So it's a cover, blue, but hoorah. T.O. What's going on, bro? But this is good stuff. The fact that you guys are even coming in here and filling up my chat room. Can you imagine the those that are have millions of subscribers and that do live streams, and they have unbelievable thousands of people coming into their chat? Can you imagine them trying to respond to any of them? Like, have you ever seen the guys? Where their chat room is just like, it's just going so fast, it's just a blur. Like, what, are they going to stop and go one-on-one with anybody? It's more of an opportunity for them to do their live stream while the chat room entertains themselves. And that might just be what you're going to have to do. And I don't even have 10 people in the room. Again, hit the like, though, if anything. Yeah, be careful. Sergio's got the whip. I mean, not Sergio. Tio's got the whip, Sergio. He's the hall monitor. He's the lunch, what they call them in elementary school. Anyways. Don't know, Westlow. What is it? Hall monitor. Well, not the hall monitor. Yeah, lunch monitor. But Harry, wasn't there another? When I was in elementary school, it was the. Gosh, when we had lunch pails. Do they make lunch pails still? It was the lunch. It was more of an elementary word. It seems like I'm trying to pull out of my brain. Anyways. Wesley, you're going to open up a can of worms by asking that question. I'm not even wearing my Trump hat. When I do, oh my gosh, everybody goes wild. There you go. You see, you opened up a can of worms. It's all yours, Weslow. You can be the host now for that one. Is he finally out of here, or is he leaving? Are you giving him a pass? Are you giving him the pink slip there, Tio, or is he taking off on his own? You are mindless preaching. Later, dude. Have fun dealing with that angina. Hope you're bringing your nitro. Later, brother. Hope your fingers aren't tired. Or hey, Mr. Gary, another Gary in the house. There's a few of us, except for the 2 R's there. From Tanzania. Remember I said that last time, Mango. My gosh, I can't even pronounce. Tanzania. Rack up, soldier. Tell me what that means. That means put the magazine in your weapon. Although I wasn't a soldier, so, you know, what do I know? Dale! I almost read that Dale in the arse. Hoorah, Mango. Oh my gosh, here we go. Weslow, it's all the stage is yours, bro. You can entertain them. I'm not going to touch that. That's what it means? Dale in the arse. I wouldn't be too proud of that. Oh, what happened to my rock and roll music? Oh, I was introducing the Reformers Unanimous program, and I had to dim it. I had to mute it while I was talking. Let's put some beat back into the. What the heck happened here? I'm not even on my StreamYard. Second, that is. I'm logging into my own StreamYard, so I'm going to appear. You won't see me, but I'm on as a co-host on my own StreamYard. That way I can perform the functions much easier on a 60-inch than I can on this 3x6 inch. Media. What am I doing? Oh, music. Gotcha. Okay, here we go. Put it back a little bit. Sound good? Oh, wait. Can you hear it? Oh, the volume's not up. Oh, because it's mute. What the heck? My Xbox isn't working. The controller isn't clicking on anything. What the heck? Power's on. It's keyed up, I guess. Can you guys hear any music or no? I don't think you can, because I can't hear anything. All right. It's definitely not unmuting. Oh, there we go. Ah, there's the music. Okay, where were we? Hoorah! Preach, Wesley. I'm going to call you Wesley. Hey, by the way, what is the 819 after your name, Weslow? I have an idea, but I'm just curious. I'm going to elaborate after you tell me. Oh, that's a lie. Flat out lie. Get your facts straight there, brother. And then come back with another statement. That's a blanket statement. Liar. Right? That's what you call somebody that lies? A liar? Oh, it's your area code. Oh, okay. Well, I was going to tell you, that's my birthday. Oh no, I'm frozen. What the heck? What in the world is happening? Oh, I had Gemini at the bottom. It looks like I was frozen on my phone. Was I frozen to you guys too? I was saying that's my birthday. So I was wondering if it was your birthday. So. Actually, no tolerance for starting that. If they start even saying the word stolen valor, just get rid of them. I got enough people viewing it now that I can just get rid of them. So decided to just nix them immediately. Go ahead, Tio. Have at it, bro. No. No, Coast Guards don't wear their symbol on a Marine Corps cover. Hoorah, Mingo. I am Captain. Captain Colt. Rack up does not. It means hit the rack, bro. Beg your pardon. Who'd you learn from? What branch were you in? Pretty simple there, Tio. No tolerance for yeah. No, I was not. Am United States Navy. Let me scroll through a few more comments here. Did you just misgender me? Did you ask or tell? Little G God, Dale in the arse. Hey, wait a minute, wait. That's an ox. You just contradicted yourself, bro, by trying to compliment me. Do you realize that by what you just said? You just supported the capital G-O-D, not even knowing what you just said. What was this country founded on? So you support me for my service to capital G God and defending your freedom that God provides for you? Freedom comes with boundaries. Remember I said earlier? Boundaries? You only give up boundaries for bondage? That's not my stinking thinking. That's the umbrella of protection that God provided in the very beginning, that we chose to get out from underneath of. Hence the bondage that we're in, the bondage of sin that we're in. You support that or don't you? That's what I represent by being in the United States military. I represent in the beginning God created. That's what my country is founded on. The belief that in the beginning God created. So who do you support? And respect? For doing what? I think you better renege your comment there and think about what it is you're actually supporting. Amen. Yes, it is. What is it then? You show me the evidence. I can show you in a heartbeat. Read your Declaration of Independence. 4 direct references to in the beginning God created. Thank you very much. What do you mean, no, it wasn't? What? Oh my gosh. Oh my, read it again, bro. Liar, lie, big lie. Remember, you lie, you become a liar. All right? You're a liar. Read the Declaration of Independence. Shall we? Come on. Shall we go there? God, Supreme Leader, Divine Providence, and the other 4th one. Supreme Leader or Ruler? Nope, can't say they do, bro. That's a lie also. My God has an only begotten Son, all right? Muslims' God doesn't. That died for me, in the place of me. That's the God I believe in. Totally different God that Islam believes in. Thank you very much. Who needs to leave? Who is it that just said that? God, this thing sucks. Rough Combat. Deline needs to be out of here. Next time someone says stolen valor, just say, are you confessing, or is that just your Tourette's blurting things out? No, just I eliminate them now. I've given the okay to both you guys, all you guys. Just don't even look and see who or what they say after or anything. Just, they're gone. Is that just your Tourette's blurting out stuff? Hey, you know what? That argument is so old. The majority of the signers of the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution were Christians, okay? There were a few. Who was it? Good old, the guy that invented, I'm thinking of his name, the bald guy with the hair. And anyways, there's a few atheists in there. But you know what? They signed their name on the document that mentions God, Creator, Supreme Judge, and Divine Providence. There's the 4. I just said it. God, creator, divine providence, and supreme ruler. They signed that document. Why, pray tell, would they? Well, I'll just sign it because everyone else is. And I don't believe in what it says, but I'll sign it. There you go. Yep, just remove them. Actually, you can't ban them. You've got a timeout, I think. Here on this StreamYard, I've got a ban. So it goes to my hidden user list. And unless I take them off, they can't even join in on my channel anymore. Hallelujah. Who's Daleen? Daleen is like getting my attention. Who's Daleen? Oh my gosh, look, he's relying on semantics now. You're using the word Christianity. Ah, okay, you're right, I'm wrong. Oh my goodness gracious. Dr. Frog genetics. Wait, what did you say? That you're saying, just kidding. Dr. Frog, I'm scrolling back here. What did you say? Ben Franklin. There you go. Thank you. Yeah, Ben Franklin was the bald guy I was thinking of with the hair behind and coming down his collar. It was Ben Franklin. He signed the document that mentions God, Creator, Divine Providence, and Supreme Judge. Why would he? If he doesn't believe. Tommy, hey everybody, just coming in, hit the thumbs up. Go up there real quick if you're on your phone, at the top, and drop it down and hit the thumbs up. Or if you're on your laptop, you can just click the thumbs up there below the stage or whatever. Of course not, Ben. Of course not. Of course not. It's just, we're just reading it. We're misinterpreting the Declaration of Independence. That's what it is. But thanks for coming. But. Hey, where are you from? Rough combat? And did you serve in the military? Just topic of discussion. Ooh, hoorah. San Diego boy, right here. Thank you very much. Were you born there? Yeah, all my schooling was there in San Diego County. I say all. What little I did. Dale in the arse. I gotta say your name. I gotta keep saying that. Absolutely. Overwhelmingly convincing evidence that he was real. That's correct. A few hours from San Diego. Are you up in LA or not that far? Or are you inland? Further. Oh, okay. Well, my last duty station before Iraq was Port Hueneme. Point Mugu. Point Mugu, Port Hueneme. That's further north. I don't know if you're further than that. San Jose or further. Is that music too loud or is that okay? Jonathan, what's up, bro? Oh, even further. Oh, wait, that was your last comment. Sorry. That's an absolute negative, Ben. Central Valley. Oh, no way. Dude, I lived in Bakersfield, in Tehachapi. I worked in Delano. I-99. Tulare County, Fresno. Are you, how far, where are you? Are you in Shafter or McFarland or maybe, oh my gosh. I know I just mentioned where you live. Oh my gosh. Yep, ag and oil land, baby. People don't realize Central Valley, where valley fever flourishes. Hoorah! You're from Bakersfield. Imagine that, small world, brother. When I got deployed to Iraq, I was in Bakersfield with my wife and my son. Actually, my son wasn't born yet. My youngest. Praise God for the military, Shelby. And Sean. Thank God, right? What would the United States be without the military? And that's something, small world. We had a guy in here in the recent past that we had so much, not only, he's from the same area, Bakersfield, and we started talking and it was, I think it was him. And not only did we used to live very close to each other, but he started talking about his life and come to find out he's relatively the same age and he was a drummer and so was I. And I don't know if that was him, but it was just crazy how much we were, it's like one thing led to another. And then later on in the chat, something else would come up and he'd say, oh my gosh, you did that also? So was I. Yeah, it's AI generated. That's right. Hey, what do I call you, by the way, YIME? I keep saying in my head, Yimmy. What am I calling you? It's like, what do I say? Dale in the arse. I gotta type it. I'm sorry. I have to, Dale. It just keeps cracking me up every time I see your name. Dale in the arse. I'm sorry. It's all your fault. Don't blame me. Dale in the arse. It has to be said. It's a stamp now. Every time I see you, I'm gonna say, Dale in the arse. What's going on, brother? So what's going on, Dale? Where are you from originally? Are you USA? Are you in the USA? Sorry. No. I read my oath that I signed, that I said before when I was sworn in. Shall we read it together? Shall we? Come on, let's read it. All right. I'm going to read the enlisted oath. All right. Hold on. Been there, did that here pretty recently. I had to rehash what I said that day. Enlisted oath. All right. Let's find out here what it says here. Here's what it says. Oath of enlistment. Navy. Enlisted oath. Navy. I just saw it. There it is. Navy. Oath of enlistment. Okay. Here we go. My name, do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, and that I will obey the orders of the President of the United States and the orders of the officers appointed over me. All right, so it's an and. So not only the Constitution, but to the President of the United States and those appointed over me, according to regulations and the Uniform Code of Military Justice. So help me God. All right, that's what I remember. All right, or that's what I'm to remember. That's verbatim, word for word. Hey, Scott, are you in the United States? Or are you not a U.S.? You're not in the U.S. I think we need to bring Biden back, right, Scott? We need to get Biden back in there. Maybe Bush or Obama. We need to get them back. Is that where you're going with that? What's up, Doc? From one doc to another? Dre. Oh, that's Dre? Or is that Doctor? Nope, no maniac that I have seen based on his accomplishments and his accomplishments in the short time that he's been in. I don't see no evidence of a maniac. Not at all. Doctor, what field? What's your practice? Well, somebody made a comment about under Republicans, we're doomed. So I was thinking, so bring Biden back then, or maybe Obama or Bush? What practice is what I'm asking. You said you're a doctor. What's your practice? Political science? So you're not a doctor. I don't have any view on that. I don't really know anything about it. I really don't. Or I could say, I know for sure that agnosticism isn't the truth, so I would have to reject it. How about that? I guess that would be my answer. Oh, a doctor of archaeology also? A doctor of political science and a doctor of archaeology? Gotcha. Five Delta. What's up, brother? Were you commenting on my explanation of agnosticism? I mean, that first thing that came to my head was, well, it ain't the truth, so I have no choice but to reject it. Hoorah. Kind of like the lady that I dated in Louisiana. You're not her, are you? There, Doc. What's that? He started a war with Iran. He can't end. I'm sorry, I got some letters covering up Europe to help him end it. No strategy. Sounds like someone needs to run for president there, James. Oh, just try to, keep that to a minimum, right? I didn't even see it, so I guess you're off the hook. Yeah, only because you can say the same thing without it. It's like a movie, when they drop the F-bomb or, just some blatant profanity. If you take out usually the profane word, the sentence says the same thing. It's like, so, I mean, it's used to get a point across, but there's other words that, you don't have to drop the F-bomb to be firm, or yell at somebody. And especially with movies, the ability to edit and to stop action, and have the actor or actress say it again without it. What's wrong with that? You know, it's pretty simple, but they choose to let it in. Not sure why. Actually, I do know why, but it spoils a good movie. Oh, only because of petrol prices? Oh my gosh. We're all, like, I'm coming to an end and my life's going to end now that gas prices are high. And actually my electricity went through the roof. But it'll calm down. Just calm down. Calma. Just let things take its course. Let's make sure we don't have, you know, something devastating happen, because somebody's allowed to have a nuclear weapon. Or people always use that gas argument, you know. It's like, oh my gosh, the gas prices. Okay, and what are you on welfare now that the gas prices are, you know, high? Are you starving, not able to put food on your table? Are you homeless now? Why does that music still sound a little bit too loud? Is it too loud, or whoa? I'm confuzzled. I like that word. Romance. A bromance. Come on, put the B in front of that. Retype that. Copy and paste and change it to bromance. Unless one's a girl. I'm a neon white Catholic doctor. What the heck? He's achieved nothing. Okay, shall we go there? Okay, let's go there. Let's go to the whitehouse.com app. I wish I could just do it on my phone and bring it up in a heartbeat, but you all could do the same, all right? Let's read some of Trump's accomplishments. Maybe it won't. Maybe it's not a website. Maybe it's just an app. Or is it whitehouse.gov? Oh, yeah, it's going to be whitehouse.gov. Oh, my God, I just erased everything. Oops. So much for this Xbox controller. Man. Okay, here it is. Let's read a few things. All right. Without any accomplishments, right? What do you mean? It's not loading. Oh no. Maybe it's too not enough RAM to drive the whitehouse.gov site. I guess not. It's Xbox. That's all it is. So I'm out of luck. Nope, there it is. It came up. Let's see here. Number one is the global leader in artificial intelligence with record-setting capital technological advancements. Oh, wait. Let's get rid of this sidebar here. What the heck? Oh, it's not loading properly. because I'm on this. Oh my gosh. Stand by. Did that help? Hold on. Oh, there's the X. Hold on. I got the X. It finally popped up. Okay. The United States has surged into a new era of prosperity, marked by record-setting economic growth and trillions in new private sector investments, fueled by tax reforms, deregulation, and renewed focus on American innovation. The nation has solidified its position as the global leader in artificial intelligence, with record-setting capital expenditures driving productivity and technological advancement. I can expand this now, put it back up to 100%. Sounds like he's accomplishing quite a bit so far. Although this is all just bull crap, right? I'm just reading out of my butt. At home, decisive policies have secured the southern border, reduced illegal entries to historic lows unseen in decades, and restoring national sovereignty. Oh, not to mention the safety that provides. Reducing illegal entries to historic lows. National sovereignty, while energy dominance and cost-cutting measures have significantly improved affordability for families. Abroad, a doctrine of peace through strength has secured alliances, ended 8 wars, and positioned America as an indispensable force for global stability. As these achievements compound, we have unmistakably entered a golden age of American greatness, promising even greater opportunity and security ahead. That's just a summary. Sounds like he's done quite a bit. Matter of fact, I know he has. All right. And the list keeps going. That's not even in detail to cover everything that entails. All right. So that statement, lie. You're a liar. Right? Isn't that what people that tell lies are? They're liars. As Trump would say, you're out of here. You're fired. That's what he said. You're fired. Oh, has everybody hit the thumbs up? Thank you, everyone, for coming in. Jonathan, hoorah. Thank you, thank you. Did everybody else take a break just for a second? Hey, everybody, time out. Stop just for a second. Time out. Take a break from your thumbing, keyboard, whatever, and hit the like button. See how many we can get. See if we can surpass 140. We're not there yet, but I think that was the most I ever saw was 140. See if we can. How about 200? Or what are we at right now? Probably less than 100. It's still early. Hellfighter. Hoorah, fighting from victory. Steven! What's going on, brother? Come on, man, I shot it hard. What should I do, Yaim? Oh, did you ever answer? I'm sorry. What can I call you? Is there a shortcut or a... I have a problem saying Yaim or Yimmy. Can I call you Jimmy? That's what I'll call you. I'll call you Jimmy. Hoorah. You're out too, Dale. Dale in the arse. Touche! Come on, guys. Where's the boxing gloves? Just get out the boxing gloves. That'll settle it. Oh, before you go, hit the like, hit the thumbs up. 19 people viewing. Come on, guys. As you were, Dale. Later in the arse. Sorry. Good job, brother. There we go, sweetie. Oh, what am I calling you? Calling you Jimmy? Yeah, that's a good point, Jonathan. It just happened to get all of that right, didn't it? Just somehow. It seems to know us pretty well, doesn't it? Are you really a girl? Seriously. Or did everybody know that already? Seriously, I'm smiling real big. I'm like, oh my God, it's a woman. You've been duped, Dale in the arse, by a woman. Good job, Kristen. Woohoo! Oh, that's cool. Yeah, don't call me Kristen, Jimmy. For Jimmy's sake. Kristen? Yeah, don't call Kristen Jimmy. Well, that's what made me kind of smile. Like I'm calling her Jimmy. I think I'll just call you Jimmy. Say what, RMS? Could you rephrase that? Is that missing some punctuation? I can't quite figure that out. Your war, yet it's home call Muslims. I beg your pardon? I just checked to make sure. Yes, indeedy. I'm still, you just checked. No comment. Front to back, Kristen. Front to back. Did I just say that? Most people in the room have no idea, probably. And she's laughing. I have a daughter, so front to back. Oh my gosh. You see? I'm telling you. Half the people in here have no idea what that's in reference to. Unless they're... Oh, are you really? Oh, Jonathan might know. Okay. Yeah. There you go. Yeah. I'm telling you, I got into a conversation with somebody, and I used that, and they thought I was being like, they had no clue what I was in. They were totally lost. I said, bro, give it time. When you become a dad, you'll understand. A dad of a daughter, that is. I'm sorry, I almost called you Jimmy again. Kristen, where are you from? What What part of the world? I think you told me. I'm sure you did, but I forgot. And Jonathan, what do you do? And should I know already, but I forgot also. In the medical field? Are you a nurse? Oh, that's right. I remember now. ICU nurse. Yeah. Hoorah. Cool. We have a family friend. His wife is an ICU nurse. She's a traveler. Did you take out? I asked my brother a vet. How many people did you take out? Complete silence, blank stare. I know he did something. You talking to me, Cheesy? Or are you having a conversation with somebody? I was a medic, so did that answer your question? Oh, that's right. That was you. You know, Jonathan, speaking of, maybe you know this if you've been in the live stream recently. Oh, you're speaking to me. Yeah, well, I just spoke to you and answered. So rephrase your question, Cheesy. Gotcha. From Russia. What's going on, bro? Nova Scotia just had a earthquake, 6.2. Any follow-up on that, Cheesy? I'm waiting. Ah, you're in upstate New York. You know, I was reading that and thinking Jonathan was talking. Oh, you are. Are you from Texas also, Jonathan? Oh, I was saying, Jonathan, I was just reading up on succinylcholine and recalling what I used to know and used to use. Oh, there is some recent development. I am getting back into the medical field in a very basic, at a very basic level, but in a, what's the word? In a environment that I've never been in before and applied emergency medicine. I'm going to be a ski patrol on the ski patrol. Hoorah. Yeah, my wife's a nurse. Her two sisters are a nurse. Her other sister is a physical therapist. Her aunt's a retired nurse. It's in the whole family. Everybody's in the medical field. Yeah, Jonathan. Oh, so you did hear. Yeah, I just enrolled myself in the ski patrol program, which requires a basically like an EMT level knowledge base. So I have to jump through the hoops and go through the course and restudy what I, used to know, and then learn a little bit or a lot of bit about extricating people off of ski slopes. via toboggan sleds, ski lifts. They say they even um, participate in getting people off of ski lifts, not because they have a medical problem, because the ski lift breaks down and they're stuck up there. So they got to get down somehow. So they have a process to get people off the ski lifts. And so we're going to learn that too. So. Kind of sounds like, except for the elevation, out in the piney woods. That's where I'm at. The piney oak barrens. Pine trees and oak trees. I'm surrounded by them. Walk outside and you'll have a tick on you somewhere. They just float out of the air, I guess. I think they zero in on the white guys or something. My wife will go out there and she's never had a tick on her. Oh, no, I can't say never. Seldom. But as soon as I go out the door, out in the backyard or front yard or the side yard, I'm telling you, I'll find a tick on me. I don't know it. I'd have to get you up here, Norman. Get the lyrics and I'll bring you up and you can sing it for us. Deal? You have to do it a cappella, or if you have a guitar, then you can bring your own guitar. Oh, Norman, did you hit the thumbs up? Hit the thumbs up real quick. Seriously? You wanna sing? Have you ever been on stage of a live stream or on a Zoom call, or it's basically the same thing? Except everybody in the world will see us side by side. All right, MacKay. Like they say, what? About preaching. The mind can only absorb as much as the bottom can endure. Get that man a Bible. Hoorah, Josh. Oh, you did? You know, I had a paramedic partner that had a central line for Lyme disease. He was working while he was being treated, and he told me the story. Joe Halpin, he was a huge man. He became a nurse, actually, after being a paramedic for many, many years. Am I okay? I look fried? My eyes pretty fried, or what? I do, actually. I've been saving I uploaded some slides, or actually a picture, to hopefully tell a story tonight. So now that you ask, it'd be a perfect time. I'm, let's see, how many hours into it now? 2 hours and 40 minutes, so I think it's time. What do you think? I think I've told the story before, but I've got a picture to accompany it. So, sound good? Let me follow up on this tick mention that I brought up, and Jonathan's elaborating on. From a tick, he developed the red meat and dairy allergy? It's called Alpha. Is that guy or gal? G-A-L? Is that an L? It is an L. I think you need to go to the hospital right now. All right, AZ, hang tight. I'm gonna cut the music and I'll tell this story. I've told it before, but if you've never been here, then it'll be a first for you. I mean, I didn't go through diddly compared to what some others went through when I was over there. But a story's a story, and it always makes a good campfire story. And it was significant, something I didn't get recognized for, and I had others say, you definitely should have been put in for some kind of commendation or something. But a lot of things went by the wayside during that deployment. A lot of us were in combat, and we didn't get recognized for that. Combat action ribbon is what you get when you're in combat in one way or another. And I would say what I was involved in, some instances were definitely related. I mean, I know we're related to combat, but it's okay. Whether we recognize for it or not, it tells a good story. So I'll tell. Stephen Moina. Hoorah. Okay, let me cut the rock, and I'll try to tell this story. Okay, ready? There we go. All right, all hands on deck. Right, everybody listen. Take a break. Check out a story I'm going to tell you guys. So I'm in Fob Heat, H-I-T, pronounced Heat, Iraq. It's about 8 miles north of the city of Heat along the Euphrates River. All right, the 123 Marines is who I was attached to. I was a Navy corpsman or medic. The Navy provides medical support for the Marine Corps, and they call their medics doc. Anybody in the medical field's a doc, hence the name of my channel. Okay, and that's what this Navy second class petty officer emblem on a Marine Corps cover. Okay, so I'm at Fob Heat, and there was about 6 corpsmen at the BAS, that's the Battalion Aid Station, at Fob Heat. There were field corpsmen out on the road or out with the Marines, and there were corpsmen at the BAS. And we were basically in an advanced first aid station. There wasn't a whole lot that we had that could make a difference. We treated more lumps, bumps, and bruises and people that were sick during flu season than we did anything else in that 7 months. Occasionally we did more than that, but most of the time it was a very boring camp out, interrupted by moments of chaos. So anyways, we're hanging out, and they started getting short-handed corpsmen. So they started taking from Peter basically to pay Paul, and 2 of our corpsmen disappeared. They ended up going out in the field. So there was 4 of us. And then eventually we got put on a schedule. Actually, I was tasked to put together a schedule to rotate the 4 of us that were left out into the field. So one week I would go out with a platoon, go on a mission or on a patrol somewhere, and then I would come back and tell everybody, all the other corpsmen, what I did. Basically just tell them my story. And then the next guy would go out, and then he would come back, and then the third guy, and then the fourth guy, and then the rotation would start over again. So we got to do that a few times. We got rotated a few times. One of the patrols was just a patrol. We were going out. I was actually learning the ropes from another corpsman with Charlie Platoon, with the 123 Marines. We were going to walk down to the Euphrates from the FOB. We were going to walk outside the FOB, go down to the Euphrates, make a right, go through a village, and then basically do a loop and come back to the FOB. And it would take, I don't know, a couple hours, 3 or 4 hours. So I'm following this corpsman. So there was 2 of us. There was a sergeant in charge, and there was a radio man, and then we had a file formation, 2 rows of Marines on each side of the street, a dirt road. Hiking out of the FOB, and then we were to go through a shooting range, which is the Iraqi National Guard range. We had a range of our own on the other side of the FOB, and outside of the FOB was the ING compound, the Iraqi National Guard compound. They had their own shooting range. Well, we were going to pass through that and down to the Euphrates, and like I said, make a right and then come back. And I'm just following and listening to this corpsman, and he's talking to me and telling me the ropes. You know, this is what we do, this is how we do it, this is why we do it. Keep your head on a swivel, look forward, look right, look left, look behind you, repeat. And you're just walking and you're doing this and repeating those motions. And as far as why we were out there, I didn't have a clue. I just was following the rest of the guys and listening to the corpsman. And at one point, I said, walking up a little grade, a dirt road, I mentioned to one of the Marines, what are we doing? You know, what's the point of this patrol? And the one Marine in front of me turns around and he's like, nobody told you, Doc? And I said, no. He says, we're here looking for mines. And he literally said that. And I'm thinking, huh? I thought he was being funny. He kind of had a half grin on his face. And then the guy behind me speaks, and I turned around and looked at him, and he goes, no, we're here looking for mines. And I thought, oh my gosh. And I'm like now looking around thinking, you've got to be kidding me, right? Come on. You guys are joking. And I literally started looking for somebody with, a metal detector or something that resembled something that would look for mines. I had no clue. I really, I've never been on. All I see on the movies, is all I know in my head. And I don't see any metal detector, anybody carrying a metal. Everybody's got an M16 and they're doing the same thing I'm doing. They're just looking around, got a head in our swivel, looking back, and everybody's walking in a file formation along this road. And all of a sudden the guy in front of me says, yeah, just keep your footprints in the boot prints in front of you. You'll be good to go, Doc. And I thought, holy crap. He's serious. Just put your footprints in. I've heard that before, but never had somebody actually say it to me. So immediately I'm looking down and trying to make sure my feet are in the foot. The whole time before I wasn't doing that. But now I figure maybe I better do that. But I still didn't quite grasp the concept. Like, come on. My heart's in my throat now, and I'm thinking, holy God, this is out of my control. But I'm putting my footprints now in the boot prints in front of me. And and someone said, just look for something, just look for anything out of the ordinary, Doc. And immediately I'm looking down at the ground thinking, oh my gosh, everything looks the same. Everything looks the same. It's all the same color. The rocks are the same. It's dust. It's boot prints. Everything's just the same out in this dirt of Iraq. And then I thought, well, then maybe it's easy to find things out of the ordinary then. But it's like overwhelming all of a sudden. What the heck am I doing? So I'm now putting my boot prints in front of me, and I'm walking along. We eventually get to the ING compound. We skirt around that, and the shooting range is on the other side. I've actually been there already, because whenever there's somebody out on a range, and some of you in the civilian world that's ever done any shooting out on a civilian range know that there's always medical support nearby or on standby. And it was no different during war. Whenever somebody went out to the range, a corpsman always went with them. And we provided medical support in the event something happened. And at the same time, we got to shoot weapons too. So I was always raising my hand whenever I heard that somebody was going to the range. I'll do it. I get to go play. So anyways, we get to the ING range, and as we're approaching it, there's like a dirt berm. And I remember this berm. It's like just a man-made dirt berm that kind of forms the border of the edge of that side of the range, outdoor shooting range. And we're going to walk up and over this hump. And off to my left, I remember an old burnout, I shouldn't say old, a burnt out, it's called a cover, 531. I was in the United States Navy with the 123rd Marines. I'm telling a story right now. Okay? So I got this 2004, 2005. Anyhow, I remember a burnt frame of a Humvee next to that shooting range. And I always remember seeing it, and I just figured it was remnants from, an earlier time, and I didn't know the story behind it. So as we're approaching the range, sure enough, that burnt frame of a Humvee, just nothing but the frame, is sitting there in the dirt off to my left. And I'm about to step over this hump, and I look down at the ground at the boot print in front of me. And I look down at it, and I see a sprinkler head. I mean, my mind is Home Depot sprinkler head. The pop-up 360 degree, that pops up out of the ground, the ones that do 360, and then the lid closes when you shut the water off. Well, it wasn't green, like the, what is that, Whirlybird or whatever brand. It was tan, and it was half covered in sand and dirt. Literally a half moon of the sprinkler head was sticking out of the dirt. And it had a boot print right on top of it. And I was about to put my foot right in that boot print. It was the Marine in front of me. And I stopped, and I'm thinking, there's no Home Depot around here. And I'm looking around trying to figure out, okay, where am I? And we're getting close to the Euphrates, so there's water, but they don't have access to modern things like sprinklers, or do they? And if they did, then there's got to be PVC pipe coming to it. So I'm looking for that. I'm just looking, I'm scanning, going, and I can see water, and I can see like what looks like a pump. I've actually seen pumps at the edge of the Euphrates where for those villages that have pumps that pump the water up to and irrigate their crops and their land, but not PVC pipe. And I thought, okay, this is definitely out of the ordinary. And I'm starting to think, this shouldn't be here. So I'm literally just frozen in my tracks. And the Marine in front of me eventually, as he puts his head on a swivel and he looks behind him, I got his attention and I held up my fist, that universal sign to stop. And so he stopped, and he's like, puts up his hands like, what do you got? And as I look behind me, I put up my fist to the Marine behind me, and he's like, what do you got, Doc? And I'm like pointing at the ground. Didn't say anything. I just pointed at the ground, getting his attention. The next thing you know, the Marine in front of me and the Marine behind me, they converge on me. And they're walking in the footprints, before and after, and they converge on me, right? Let me, as I'm speaking, get this picture ready. So eventually they get up to me, and the guy behind me all of a sudden takes out his K-bar. They actually carry the big old K-bars that they attach on the front of their weapons. And he gets on his knees and he starts digging around this thing. And he starts removing the dirt. And I'm thinking, and he says, "What do you got, Doc? Or what'd you find?" And I'm thinking, I have no idea. It looks like a sprinkler head to me. And he starts removing the dirt around this thing. And all of a sudden, my memories of movies start flashing before my eyes. And I'm thinking, no, 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 no. And I told him, I said, "Dude, please stop. Stop. What's going on?" And he's like, "What?" And I said, "Let me get out of here, please." And the other guy now is down on his knees, and he's got his K-bar out, and they're both in tandem trying to remove the dirt from around this thing. And I stepped over it, and I stepped in every footprint after, and I got the heck out of Dodge. And I must have got 200 yards away, and I observed from a distance. And it was like, you guys can play with that thing all you want now. And they ended up digging up a vehicle mine. It wasn't a personnel mine, it was a vehicle mine. And I come to find out when EOD, explosive ordnance disposal, told us, educated us later, that it had like a 200 pound per square inch pin on it. And the reason why that boot print that you saw on top of it didn't detonate it is because it didn't weigh enough. But I ended up finding a vehicle mine, and it was probably the same set of mines that blew up that Humvee. Come to find out, that Humvee hit a vehicle mine, and it ended up injuring one of the officers in the battalion before us. His name was Captain Ford, and no kidding, his last name was Ford, but he was in a Humvee. And he ended up getting injured. He had a significant femur fracture or something, and he ended up getting shipped back to the States. They ended up, EOD came out. It took them like a total of 3 hours from the time they arrived, and they disassembled it and they detonated it. Gave us a big show, big mushroom cloud in the air, as we sat at a distance and watched these guys do their thing. They took that vehicle mine and disassembled it, and they took the plastic. It was made of plastic. Apparently, it's an Italian vehicle mine, and it had an equivalent of C4 explosive, whatever it is, whatever the name of it was. And they took the plastic shell, the plate on top, and they put it on a plaque, and they made a plaque out of it with the mine, and it was Captain Ford, and in quotations it was, "A mine is a beautiful thing to waste." Instead of a mind, M-I-N-D, it was M-I-N-E. All in pun, of course. But Captain Ford survived, and they ended up giving him that plaque with that mine piece on it. That particular day looked like this. This was before I think it was either before I left or after I came back and had some pictures taken. Let me see if I can show this to you. So, anyhow, that was the story I got to tell when I got back to the FOB. Doc found a mine. And the rest of the patrol went uneventful. We ended up completing it walked along the Euphrates. I ended up handing out candies and doing magic tricks, making coins disappear for some village kids. And then we ended up walking back to the fob. And that was the end of that patrol. And I got to tell all my fellow corpsmen about this. And of course, you know, the story went viral in the at the fob. And but so that was my Doc found a mime story. Doctor, the Ann's Wiggler. What? The Dan's Wiggler. And another, all the way, I'm going to guess, from Russia. Ruski. Hey, Roham, welcome back. So did everybody hang out, or did everybody cut butt for the hut? Is that 2 people left in the room, or is that 20 something? It kind of gets cut off there. It's pretty quiet in here, so I'm going to say everybody kind of headed for the hills. Anybody still there? Ah, 25. Ah, okay. So see, because I'm in 9:16 format, it's cutting off the how many viewers. You know, the eyeball icon with the number next to it. I can only see the 2 on the phone. That is, and this live stream doesn't do justice with that. So, I mean, this StreamYard doesn't show the number up there. Oh, well, cool. Supposedly 25 people watching, hanging out there in the wings, or skipping through the shorts. So a couple more stories. I'll try to tell one, you know, whenever I can. Maybe 1 or 2 a live stream, but yeah, some chief who was rotating through. He was out at they had an actual designated smoke pit for the smokers, and this chief, Doc, Navy corpsman, at the chief rank, was having a cigarette or a cigar or whatever he was having, and he heard my story. I told him the story, the same story, and he told me, he's like, Doc, you know, you need to put in, somebody needs to put in for a commendation for that. He said, you know, you technically saved lives. And I'm thinking, I didn't even think of that. Really? He's like, oh yeah, I would if I could. But nothing ever came of it. Never heard anything after that. What's up, Charles? You think 25 people were listening? Oh, Bass, what is that? Baz Raider? Base Raider. Oh, did everybody hit the thumbs up? I always got to mention that. Take a break and go up there if you're using your phone and click my name, and it'll drop down. You'll have the thumbs up, thumbs down. Or if you're on a computer or a laptop, you know the drill. Speaking of, I need to change this to Wait a minute. Wait, oh no, no. It's on this one. I'm looking for something and I don't see it. That's okay. Oh, I know what it is. I got to be watching my own YouTube channel to change it to all views instead of, yeah. Douglas. What's up, bro? You know what, Doug? And all due respect, but do you remember the show, oh my gosh, with Mr. Green Jeans and Moose and Squirrel? Oh my gosh, what show was that? Your profile picture, he wore his hair the same way. Captain Kangaroo. Mama's brother, been watching you? Cool. Dr. Eva. That's a good question. Let me, I'll tell you how I got into the medical field. Not so much being a medic. I can tell you that too. One runs into the other. So I'll tell you both. Yeah, remember Captain Kangaroo? Well, look at your profile picture. Maybe his hair wasn't quite that long, but you're wearing it basically the same way, at least in your picture. You know, he kind of had bangs right across. Remember? White hair about down to his, just below his ear, but he wore it behind his ears. So I just zoomed in on your profile picture, and the first thing that popped into my mind was, that's Captain Kangaroo. Yeah. Ben-Hur. Wow, that's a classic name. Ben-Hur. Except it's H-U-R, but. You mean Chris Kyle? Or the guy in Canada? Anyhow, when I was working at General Dynamics Electronics, 1981 to 1991, this was in San Diego. What year was it? Around 1988. A couple years before I left. I was working the night shift and in a machine shop. I wasn't a machinist. I was a manufacturing dispatcher. That's a technical word for basically a parts mover. I was dispatching the finished parts from one department or work center to another. So when the guys over in the NC mill finished their work, I would take the job and move it to the next station. And then I would enter it into a computer showing that it's moved. So those behind the scenes could see the movement and the progression of completion of this particular part. Okay? So I'm doing that from, gosh, I worked 4 until midnight. I guess it's called the night shift. Graveyard is from 12 until 8 in the morning. I was working 4 to midnight. And back in the stencil department, you know, where they paint numbers onto parts, onto painted parts, that was another department, the paint. Matter of fact, stencil was right next to the paint shop. There was a Filipino lady working, actually there was a couple of them on nights. There was a guy from Laos Southeast Asia, and a lady from the Philippines. And we were taking our lunch break or dinner as far as the night shift goes. And I would wander around. That was my job, was to wander the machine shop floor. So during my lunch, I would pick and choose who I was going to eat lunch with. So I wandered back to the stencil department. And matter of fact, the guy back there, the guy from Laos, his name's Pat. And I was going to go eat lunch with Pat and the lady, I forget what her name was, a Filipino lady. And she was there with flashcards in her hand. And I see her eating out of her Tupperware. And she's looking at these flashcards, reading the front of it, and then looking at the answer on the back. And then she would put it underneath the stack, and she would take the next one. So I'm talking and looking, and eventually I asked her, what are you studying? She says, oh, I'm studying to be a nurse. And I said, oh, she says, you want to help me? And I'm like, what do you need help with? She says, you can help me do my flashcards. You can show me the card and I'll try to tell you the answer. The answer's on the back. And you just tell me if I'm right or wrong, or you help me out. And I said, okay. So I took her stack of flashcards and I started helping her. Well, it turned out to be medical terminology that she was studying. The term on the back, the meaning on the term on the front and the meaning on the back. And I thought this was pretty cool. And it's like, I've heard of some of these words, but, I don't know what half of them mean, or more than half. And now I'm learning. I'm seeing the answer right on the back. And I thought that was like really attractive, to learn these words. And I started getting interested in what she was studying. So I started asking her questions. So where do you go into school? And how long you been doing it? And how much more do you have to go? And so on and so forth. And she was telling me the details. And then in my mind, I remember my brother's childhood friend, Mike, Uraween. My brother's childhood friend, our neighbor right across the street. Matter of fact, I was friends with his brother, Tim, and the eldest brother, Mike, was my brother's friend. He became a paramedic when he was young. He was like 18 years old when he went to UCSD, a prestigious, college there in San Diego County, Torrey Pines, La Jolla area. And he was a young paramedic, which was not easy. The school that he went through was known to be not an easy course. And emergency medicine was kind of in its infancy, per se. For those of you older folk, might remember the show Emergency with Johnny and Roy and Dr. What was the doctor's name? And Dixie, the nurse. There was a couple of docs, the brunette doc and the blonde-haired doc. Anyways, that was like in the 70s, late 70s. And here in the when did Mike become a paramedic? If he was 19 or 18 when he became a paramedic, he would have been, he was born in 59. That was like 1977. And yep, remember Doug? Man, it's one of the best shows. It was like the first reality show, but it wasn't reality. It was based on reality by actors. So, yeah, it was like 1977. That would have made Mike, because he was born the same year as my brother, I believe, 1959. Plus 18 or 19, plus 19 would be 1978. Yeah. Is that when it first came out? 72? Now, wait a minute. What are you trying to say? It's very old. Are you saying I'm very old? So So I remembered Mike became a paramedic. So that prompted me to get a hold of my brother. My brother's name's Lanny, or Lance, but he goes by Lanny. And I called my bro and I said, hey, Lanny, whatever happened to Mike? And he said, oh, he's living in El Cajon in San Diego County. And I said, oh, you happen to have his number? And he did. So he gave me his number. And I called Mike and didn't even know if he's going to recognize my voice, you know. This is, like I said, 1988-ish, because I went to EMT school in 1989. So it was around 1988, 89 when I called him. And I told him the same story. You know, I'm here at work. I met a lady going to nursing school, doing flashcards, medical terminology, the whole story. And as far as not becoming a nurse, but becoming a paramedic is what interested me, because Mike became a paramedic. So I started asking Mike about paramedicine or emergency medicine. And he started telling me the sequence, you know, of education that he went through. He first became a basic EMT, and then he went to paramedic school. And matter of fact, I don't even know if he was an EMT first, because he was very young when he became a paramedic. But anyways, his suggestion, now that he's a veteran paramedic, was become an EMT first, a basic EMT, just to educate those that don't know. EMT basic, or an EMTA for ambulance, is trained at the basic life support level. That's BLS. A paramedic is trained in ALS, or advanced life support, more particularly advanced cardiac life support and pediatric advanced life support, and then some. Paramedics work underneath the license of a doctor, and they have much more advanced scope of practice than a basic EMT does. But his advice was to become an EMT first, a basic EMT. And he gave the reasonings behind it. You know, learning the ropes of working out of an ambulance, how an ambulance operates, the nuances of working in an ambulance, making radio calls, communicating on a radio, learning the lingo, just the whole foundation of EMS, emergency medical services, pre-hospital emergency medical services, before the hospital. He said, I recommend being an EMT for 4 years and then go to paramedic school. He says, you need to know your BLS before you know your ALS. And not only know BLS, but know it verbatim, inside and out. If somebody were to test you on it, you could pass with flying colors and perform and demonstrate your basic life support before you go to paramedic school, because they're going to test you on that when you go to paramedic school. And if they see any lack of practical knowledge at your basic level, they're going to tell you to come back another time. And he was doing it on purpose. He said, just be forewarned, if you don't know your BLS, you have no business being in paramedic school. Okay, copy that, you know. So lo and behold, I was an EMT from 1989, and I became a paramedic, or I went to paramedic school. Actually, in 1992, 3 years later, I did not pass the paramedic program the first try. I literally got what they call rolled back to the next class, and where I failed was my field time, the performance part of the program, where you're actually out in the field as a third person, doing a third person ride along with another paramedic unit, and they're literally feeding you to the wolves and letting you perform with what you're supposed to know. And they pass or fail you, and I failed the first time, and I went back in 1993 after getting hammering field experience as much as I could, doing third-person ride-alongs, scheduling third-person ride-alongs with paramedic units out in the city, having to arrange that through the company, and getting approved, not only approved through the company to do the ride-along, but I had to call the paramedic crew and ask them if it was okay for me to do that. And they actually gave me temporary insurance because I wasn't employed with them. Through the school had to speak with the company so that I was insured, and so when I was out there doing third person, I could actually perform the skills and be covered, you know, in the event something goes wrong, or I stick myself with a needle, or et cetera, or if an ambulance is in an accident. You get the gist. So make a long story longer, I passed my second time around. Mike, the guy that became a paramedic at an early age, he ended up being my preceptor the second time through. His partner, what was his partner's name? It was female, Lisa, Mike and Lisa, and they signed me off at the very end. And I became a paramedic in 1993 at 31 years old. So kind of contrast, you know, the age that Mike became a paramedic and the age that I became a paramedic. Big gap there. I was the older guy as far as a new paramedic is concerned. So I'm a paramedic in 1993, and just to fast forward, I ended up joining the Navy Reserves in 1999 at 36 years old. I took my paramedic license, my civilian paramedic license, and I brought it into the Navy recruiters trailer, and I eventually signed my name on the dotted line and became a Navy corpsman at 36 years old, 2 months before my 37th birthday, through a program called Advanced Pay Grade. I came in as an E4, which is a petty officer third class, and then eventually I got my second class, the 2 chevrons, however many years later. I got deployed to Iraq in 2004 until 2005. So that's how I became paramedic, and that's how I became a Navy corpsman. And I signed an 8-year contract in the Navy from 1999 to 2007. I let that expire. I had the option of staying in 20 years, but Iraq gave me the EBGBs. In other words, it scared me, and I decided I can't do that anymore. You know, Afghanistan was now building up, and rumor had it that the battalion I was attached with was going to Afghanistan next. And sure enough, you can Google it. I had to, because I never found out, I never knew if they actually went back to Afghanistan, and sure enough, they did in 2007. So I was more than likely going to get called up 2 years or less after I got home in 2005, April of 2005, and ended up in Afghanistan kicking around the hills with 123 Marines. But I was 45 years old when I got out of the Navy in 2007, and I was a new husband, and I was a new daddy to a newborn when I got home, and now he's 21 years old. Hoorah, Malachi. Gravity, what's up? Are you back? I think you were here last time. Do you have another channel, Gravity? I think you were here last live stream, no? Gibbs, I don't know Gibbs. I don't watch NCIS. MacKay, what's up? I don't know about every single detail. But you know what? You know what helped me with that? Recalling details? Being a paramedic. You got to do so many charts. Oh my gosh, paperwork. Endless. Endless paperwork. And you got to be really detailed when writing your, your chart. And it just goes with the job. It comes with the territory. And so you just do. You're doing a lot of things by memory out in the field. Sometimes, you're writing notes on your glove, or you got a piece of tape on your pants, and you're writing your notes as you're getting vital signs or you're getting history. Sometimes you just don't have time, and you just are mentally taking notes. Okay, he's got hypertension, he's on atenolol, he's got an allergy to this, he's, and you just remember. But then when it gets overwhelming and you're getting back-to-back calls, man, you just start jotting down things out of your head. You have to, underneath that person's name. You quickly write his name down on your notepad. You write his history. You write his medications. You write everything that you got in your head. And next thing you know, your pager's going off, or your radio's, lighting up, and you're like, oh my God, here we go again. That paperwork gets filed away on the desk back at your quarters, or in your ambulance, in your clipboard, and they just pile up. And sometimes you're slammed from the beginning of your shift for 12 hours to the end of your shift. And you've got a stack of paperwork that you're behind. And at the end of your shift, when your next crew now comes on and they're relieving you, you're sitting back at your quarters for hours sometimes doing paperwork. Just trying to play catch up. A lot of memory and notes. Thank God for note taking, because you just can't, you can't retain all of that. It is, the most intense part is the volume of calls. It's not necessarily the call itself, because you get so used to it, and you get so used to every call, that it just becomes like a knee-jerk reaction to, what you do, and your partner knows what you do, and you know what your partner does, and you're just constantly, it's like you're on autopilot. Everything just works the same, and you're just bouncing. Your head is just bouncing. Calls don't become, it doesn't matter what the call is, although it does, they do bring up great campfire stories. We talk about calls all the time. After the call, on the way back, on the drive back, it's like, oh my gosh, did you see that? Unbelievable. Did you happen to see this that was underneath the bed? No, I didn't see it. What'd you see? Oh, you didn't see that? Yeah, when I went into the bathroom and I looked in their trash can, oh my gosh, what'd you find? Like, what? You're going through their trash cans? Oh my God, you know how many trash cans I've gone through? How many refrigerators, cupboards, drawers? Intimate details of you're trying to find out as much as you can in the short amount of time that you have about the person. You have no idea who they are. You've never met them before in your life. And you're trying to gather all this information and know as much as you can about the person, so you can figure out what's going on, what happened, why they're unconscious on the floor, why they're bleeding out of their butt, why they're not breathing, why she's got vaginal bleed, why she's delivering a baby, why she's, I'm telling you, it's, you name it. It's crazy. You've got grapes coming out of where? I'm actually telling an actual call. That's what the way the girl described it. I think it looks like grapes. I was like, oh my God, I'm going to have to take a look. As I looked down between her legs, like, oh my gosh, she's got grapes coming out. It's like they weren't grapes. They were some kind of, I don't know what the hell. Looked like blisters full of fluid. Like, what in the world? Oh my gosh, I'm talking about one right now. What's the strangest case? Oh my gosh. That's good. I'm talking about something I haven't talked about in a long time. I remember walking into this. I got to turn the music down. That music is kind of, I'm going to just put it even quieter in the background. I'm going to leave it on, but I'll tell you that call that I'm talking about the grapes. I swear to God. Oh my gosh. Okay, wait. I got to get back and get your comments back up on the TV here. No. Okay, so we go into a home. Okay, it's a true story. We go into a home and it's very typical, and you might be able to relate. It might be happening in your home as we speak. You walk into a home, and how many times do you walk into a home and the TV's on, right? Well, the TV's, not only is the TV on, but mom's over there in her rocker and she's smoking a cigarette and the whole room's filled with cigarette smoke. And the TV's loud, right? And I walk in. There's nothing happening in my home. I've said earlier, I said, you'd be surprised what's going on in your neighbor's house next door to you. Because those homes that we responded to, they were somebody's neighbor. But anyhow, we walk into this smoke-filled room, and the TV's blaring. You know, I mean, whether she can't hear or whatever, it's just the volume that they have their TV on. And she insists on having this conversation over the TV with us. You know, here we are responding to a 911 call, and we've got the TV competing with us. So it's very common, and you learn real quick. You learn to use tact and say, excuse me, could you please turn your TV down? As a matter of fact, could you just shut it off? They're like, oh, like they don't know, you know. Oh, they're surprised. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, let me get that. As they get the remote and they shut it off, and all of a sudden, silence. And you're like, yes, you know, I can hear something. And now we can have a conversation. So first thing, decrease the stimuli. Can't do anything about the smoke, but the TV's turned off. Okay? So what's going on? Why are we here? And she's like, she's still puffing on her cigarette. She's like, and she parks over to the door. And I look over at the door, and right at that moment, this girl exits out the bedroom. It looks like maybe an attached bedroom that they built off to the front of the house or something. And out comes this teenage girl. And she's coming out, you know, and she's kind of fixing her hair. Like, you know, there's somebody out there. She's got to look presentable. And she comes out, and I was like, look over at her. And then the door's open, so I can see movement in the back of the bedroom. And there's a boy back there, too. A teenage kid. So out comes the teenage girl. And mom's just like, she doesn't even say anything. She just points to her daughter. Turns out to be her daughter. She's like, so I turn to her daughter, and you can tell she's wiping her tears, and she's holding her stomach. She's like, I don't know what's going on. And I'm like, you know, you're looking at her, she's holding her belly or down low in her belly. And I'm thinking, and I'm looking at the boy, and I'm looking at her, and he's just kind of, you know, he's back there kind of with his head down, and he's kind of just, you know, he's not showing his face, but I'm kind of noticing, okay, well, he's in the room with her, so, you know, what's going on? She says, it hurts. I said, what hurts? It's my stomach. Okay, what were you doing before? You know, what happened? You know, and she could tell she's kind of reluctant to say anything, and she's just still crying. She's now, you know, getting down. She's sitting down, and she's holding herself. And again, I keep kind of turning and looking at the kid, and he's not looking at anybody. Well, come to find out, they were having sex in the bedroom. My mom was out there listening to the blaring TV. And while they were in the middle of it, something started to hurt. So they stopped. And I think that's when I found out from the boy he's like, I'm looking at him like for information, like, what's going on? And he says, I don't know. It looks like grapes to me. And I'm like, grapes? It's like, what? He says, yeah, she's got grapes or something coming out. And he doesn't say what, but I read between the lines. I'm thinking, okay, well, let's get the gurney and sit down. Do you want to go to the hospital? Before examining her, right there in the open in front of everybody. Do you want to go to the hospital? Yes. And I'm looking at Mom, and she's like, and so I'm like, okay, we're going to take you up to the emergency room. Is that okay? So now we're like getting the gurney in there, the stretcher on wheels, or it's right outside the door, the front door, and she can walk. And so we get her on the gurney, and standard things we do since we're ALS is IV O2 monitor. Start an IV, put her on oxygen if she needs it, and put her on the monitor. It's just standard. It's what everybody gets when they get ALS, if you get a paramedic ambulance. So get her on the gurney, seat belt her in, lift her up, wheel her out to the end of it. And I get to go through my process, get everything ready, start an IV, put some EKG pads on her, put the pulse ox on her finger. She doesn't need any oxygen. And once that's good to go and I get vital signs and I get them all written down, get those noted, then I get to do a secondary exam. So I start at her head and I do a head to toe exam, which includes looking at the chief complaint, which is her abdomen. So eventually I got to have her, I put a sheet over her and have her open up her legs, and I'm examining down there, and sure enough, she's got like these clear, blister-like grapes. And to this day, I couldn't tell you what they were or where they came from. I don't know if they were caused by friction or what. But they weren't blood-filled. They were like clear, fluid-filled little grape-like sacs. Couple of them coming out of her down there. I'm like, got me there. Never seen that one before. And so what do? Nothing. Position of comfort, give her a nice ride to the emergency room, give a turn over to the doc, the nurse, transfer over to their bed, close the curtains, they change her, and take care of her. So that was my vaginal grape story. Was that bizarre? I guess that would be considered a weird story. Varicose veins? Vaginal? And he calls me, and Wendy calls me an idiot. Wendy. Oh my goodness. Yeah, but I'll take a look. Oh my gosh. Well, it wasn't pretty, so you didn't miss anything there, William. Yeah, well, whatever you want to call it. She was what, 17? Maybe? I think Wendy was here before. Wendy Murphy, that is. I remember it was like a girl's name and a guy's name. I couldn't figure out. So, anyhow, it doesn't matter. I was just, as far as what it was, what can I do about that? Nothing. Not as a paramedic. So, do I know everything that happened in my calls? No. Do I know the name of everything? No. I watched a 23-year-old Filipino girl. That's correct, GD. First time pregnant, first child. Literally almost bleed to death from having a giving birth. Yep, from a detached placenta. Not all the placenta came out after her delivery. Had a large baby, 8-pound plus baby boy, I remember. And I delivered it, or I assisted in the delivery of it in a hospital. This was during my paramedic training. We had to do rotations through the OB/GYN department, or the OB department particularly, and practice starting IVs on infants and pediatrics, and rotate through the delivery room and deliver babies with the docs. And I remember this Filipino girl, like I said, first time pregnant, first baby, and everything was going like normal. She was scheduled to deliver, and her time came and went in there with the doc. Matter of fact, it was the same doc that delivered my children, my older children. I have 2 older children. I was married once before. And I met him in the locker room as I was getting dressed and putting scrubs on, not only on my body, but on my feet. And he walked in, and I'm like, whoa, wait a minute, I know you. He's like, I know you too. He says, what are you doing here? I said, I'm here to deliver babies. He said, me too. Go ahead, MacKay. So anyways, with that doc, I got to deliver this Filipino girl. And a who? Torn cervical tissue? Yeah, I don't know. I remember when I saw it, the first thing I thought of was from friction, because they're having sex, you know, and I thought, okay, that looks like a blister. Weird. Yeah, I used to get them on my knees, boils, and they do leave scars. Yep. I remember my mom used to drain them and squeeze them like a pimple, and I would freak out because a toothpaste tube of pus would come out of them. Wah! I'd be screaming, what are you doing? Yeah, I don't know. I don't care. So anyways, so I delivered this baby, took the baby away, nice, healthy looking giant baby. It was vaginally delivered as opposed to cesarean section or C-section. And so after we cut the umbilical cord, the placenta is still up in the vagina, and that is to be delivered just like the baby. Well, usually you just wait, and the placenta detaches by itself. Hopefully it detaches as a complete meatloaf. I'm going to call it a meatloaf. It's just a big old oval sack with the rest of the umbilical cord. Why am I having a problem saying that? Attached to it and clamped off or tied off. And then that is taken, and they examine it in the lab and make sure that all the placenta is coming out. And the reason why that's important is because if there's any piece of placenta still up in the vaginal wall, or in the womb, I should say, the body will think the baby's still there, and it'll continue to feed it with blood, and it'll cause what they call postpartum hemorrhage. It'll continue to bleed. So the cure for that is to get all of the placenta out of there. And they do that with either forceps, or they do it with a scope and light, and they see the bleeding area and they can either remove it. They have something we don't do in the field, obviously. So that's the remedy, is to get all the placenta out of there so the body doesn't continue to feed it. Well, the placenta didn't deliver. And it was like, looking at the clock, I remember the doc saying, I'm asking him, how long does it take normally? How long do you wait before you intervene manually? and I forget what time frame he gave it. But the placenta wasn't delivering. And he was actually doing what we are told never to do in the field, and that is pull on the umbilical cord to assist the delivery of the placenta, because you could cause the placental, tear and cause the placenta to leave a portion behind. So you don't do that in the field. You let it deliver by itself. If it doesn't deliver, you end up taking the patient to the ER and you deliver the patient to the emergency room and they deal with it in there. But you never pull on the umbilical cord. Well, the doctor, I remember him saying, we're going to do something that I'm sure you're taught not to do, but we got to do what we got to do. So he's like putting gentle tension on the on the umbilical cord, and it's not delivering with that assistance. So he's continuing to kind of gently tug on it, and he keeps doing it, and eventually the thing detaches and it's delivered, right? Well, sure enough, when you turn it over and you look at the backside, it's torn. It's got a section that's bleeding and it's not in one piece. There's a section missing. It's like, hey, it happens, and now they get to go in and manually remove that piece. And after doing that, she continued to bleed. And it's like, okay, so he goes in, he's doing this now. And he's scoping and trying to remove, everything, and what he determines to be, I've done what I could. This thing continues to bleed. And I'm sitting there watching her, and she goes from pink, warm and dry, as we say, to pale. You can literally see her extremities and her fingers starting to kind of get white, almost like when your hands get cold, they start to kind of get pale looking. Her fingertips and her nail beds are actually turning a grayish white. And then you look at her face, and you kind of see her nose, and underneath her eyes and her earlobes are starting to become pale. And the doctor's realizing this, and he says, we're going to do something else you're probably never told to do. He says, we're going to pack her vagina with gauze. And I went, really? He's like, just like you put on a wound, how you put bandages on a wound to stop the bleeding? He says, well, in this case, it's internal. We're going to pack her with Kerlix. It's a roll. Matter of fact, I got a couple of rolls right here. We're going to pack her with Kerlix rolls. Okay, they're gauze rolls. See that shape? It's a 4-inch one. Well, these were larger rolls, fatter rolls. We ended up putting, I know we put 2 of them inside her with forceps, feeding them just like off the roll of the Kerlix, and with a pair of forceps, we're just feeding them into her. We packed her with 2, if not more, rolls of Kerlix to try to tamponade that bleed. Meanwhile, they're starting IVs everywhere. They put 2 in her neck, 1 on each side. It's called an external jugular. I can distend my jugular there. See that big old fat cigar-shaped protrusion right there? That's a vein. That's your EJ, your external jugular. Okay, it's a vein. Just like in your arm, they start IVs in your arm. Well, you can start an IV, been there, done that. Big old 14-gauge needle in your EJ. Okay, you got them on both sides. All right? She put 2 EJ IVs and 2 in her arms. She had 4 IVs in her with 4,000 cc bags of fluid dripping into her because she's losing blood. And he told me, he says, she's going to the OR. He said, she'll die if this, not in front of her, or he's saying this, she'll die from this if that's not stopped. And I'm thinking, holy moly. And I watched this pink, warm and dry 23-year-old Filipino girl literally go into shock. Her skin color was pale as a ghost. They laid her flat, put her on her head, as we say. You literally put the head dependent, feet up in the air, on a bed, and 4 IVs dripping into her, and they ended up ordering blood for her. She ended up getting, I don't remember how many units of blood they ended up infusing into her. This was out of my hands and elsewhere in the OR. And I was told later that she ended up receiving, I don't know, 4 or more units of blood to replace the blood that she was losing. And she ended up surviving. And she was in the delivery, I mean, in her own room. I remember going into the room because I found out she did make it, and she was in there with the baby, and her husband was in there, big old white guy. And the whole family was in there celebrating the birth of the baby. And I thought to myself, I wonder if anybody in that room knows what that poor girl just went through. I mean, like what I saw. Probably not. But it was wild. I was watching this girl bleed out. Yep. Immortal. Oh my gosh, are we going there again? I think you were here before. No, Immortal? We're going to change the subject from postpartum hemorrhage to evidence for God. And the only evidence is belief? No. Well, it's kind of the way you put that is, in order to believe, you definitely got to have the evidence. So belief is based on evidence. And the evidence that there's a God is all around you. It's all around you. There's no imagining it or not seeing it. It's all around you. The fact, I mentioned this earlier, the fact that this required an intelligent designer of some sort, at some level, and that this, obviously, you're never going to find something like this fully formed and functional with a key in it and an extra key dangling off of it in the ground, formed by itself without some kind of intelligent designer. The chances of this, you finding this in the ground, just given trillions of years, is a big fat 0. And that's just a basic example of intelligent design. And we're not even mentioning the eyeball or DNA. How can you deny that? You have to agree that this took intelligent design. And this is basic. Yet something like this doesn't require intelligent design. This is evidence of an intelligent designer. You think faith is just based on belief? What? Look at this. You're without excuse. I would be without excuse to deny that. And this alone, you would have to deny this required intelligent design and say, well, given enough time, you could find something like this fully functional coming out of the ground. Given enough time. Bull crap. Yeah, really. We came from a space rock. Exactly. That's how ridiculous that example I just gave is. We came from a space rock. Who's indoctrinating? Huh? Who's indoctrinating? You might feel like I'm indoctrinating, but I'm just presenting the evidence. And you feel like we're indoctrinating. See, that's your own stinking thinking. I'm just showing you the evidence that there is one. As far as you believing it is up to you. You either accept it or not. It's up to you. Hey, I've given my moderators the, I've given them the instructions that when people come in and say those two words, stolen valor, this is what happens to them. What is that verse? Be still and know that I am God. Oh, I'm sorry, Roham. I took your comment. I thought I was coming from somebody else. Sorry. Reverse. I mean, apply that to somebody that is not a believer. My response. That was what it was geared towards, not yourself. Sorry. Amen. Yeah, it's it's like you just got to you have to keep sticking to the truth and just keep guiding them back to the obvious. And if they still, get offended or belligerent, which they do, as you know, and upset, praise God. Here, I've even taken this view now. Those that crucified Christ, the unbelievers, okay, they didn't realize that they were magnifying God himself. They were making him even more convincing that he was who he said he was. Christ himself even said, forgive them, for they know not what they do. They didn't even realize that their insults, that their hurt, their harm was glorifying his message, and that his message was going to literally redeem the entire world if they choose to believe. That the death of Christ was opening the door. But they didn't realize that. So now when I see, naysayers and unbelievers in the room, praise God. Blessed, that's why he said, blessed, happy are ye when men shall revile you, persecute you, say all manner of evil against you falsely, for his sake. Christ actually said, for my sake, because he was talking. You see? He's magnified. You are magnified when you're sharing the word and you get denied. God wins all wars. He wins when people believe. He wins when people don't believe. He's magnified. Isn't that something? He said, you want to be magnified? I'm paraphrasing. He said, suffer for my sake. Go out and share the gospel. Bear my burden. Carry my cross. And I'll bless you. Yeah, it's tough. Are my buttons pushed sometimes? Yep. Yeah, they succeed sometimes. And Steve Williams, bro, how old are you? I'm always curious. People say things like what Steve says. Oh, Macon, where'd you come from? I'm going to read that. This is good. 46 DNA molecules, chromosomes, and the human, adult human body has roughly 30, 40 trillion cells. So the total number of DNA molecules is on the order of 1.4 to 1.8 quadrillion. I have a friend, Mekong, in San Diego. His name's David Hall. I don't know how old he is now, him and his wife. I think his wife's suffering from dementia. But he's a evangelist, and he goes around preaching the gospel wherever he can, to whomever he can. And he, in his younger years, did a term paper, or a, what do you call the paper you have to do in order to pass a college class? It was in a statistics class. So he was doing his paper, assignment, in his statistics class, thesis. Thank you. Maybe it was a thesis, in a statistics class, and he decided to do it on the probability that the prophecies of Christ happened by chance. It was a perfect statistics class. A perfect thing to pursue for a statistics class. So he did the probability that, and this was a conservative figure because he couldn't take into account everything, all the variables, but he did his best and just picked out the obvious prophecies, the big ones, like in Isaiah and so on, from that point on, to Christ, to the death of Christ and his resurrection. That all of those prophecies happened just by chance, that it was a coinkydink that all of those things happened. And conservatively, I wish I still had his, you know what, I might have saved that email. He came up with, and I'm going to just misquote, I'm sure, but I know the amount of zeros that came after the power that he came up with. But it was like a 1 in 30 to the, was it 30? Or whatever the number was, to the 30th power. And he literally wrote 30 zeros on the chalkboard to show the class the number, the chance that those prophecies happened by chance. And it was so huge. Speaking of the, how many trillion did you come up with? Quadrillion? What is 30 zeros? I don't even know what that number is. And he says that was a conservative number, that those prophecies happened by chance. And he ended up getting an A+. There was no argument behind that. He covered all his bases. He stuck to what he had to in his class, and the instructor had no choice but to give him the highest grade. That's it. Amen, Macon. Christ himself refers to, and others refer to, the Old Testament. So if Christ was talking out his butt, it would make him and the Old Testament totally invalidated. Yeah, that the information goes on and on and on that you can present, and no matter what you present, people are going to deny it. But oh, you came back, Immortal. How many channels do you have, bro? Actually, Roham or Macon, I'm not against calling it a Christian channel, but it's not. It's got I use 3 hashtags. It's the Word of God, military, and emergency medicine, and I'll talk about all of them. They all seem to weave back into the Word of God very nicely. So I've found that out, and hence I might as well keep it. And the Word of God is incredible to present and to talk about. So yeah, Immortal, don't you have more than one channel? I'm still waiting for your response on that. I think you were here last time, right? Under a different Immortal. Or am I imagining? Jerry, what's up, brother? Leave, oh, their doctor's back. Leave Jesus out of military position. Huh? What are you talking about? Military is throughout the biblical scripture from the very beginning. Or as of, what was the Jehovah Nissi, the battle of when Moses is holding up the staff, and he's got 2 people on each side holding up his arms. Whenever the staff was higher, his side was winning, and whenever what story was that? War has been since the beginning. Do you think of you leaving this earth, you are missing out on anything here or not? That's a good question. No, I do think about, what as if that I would be missing something when I leave this earth, but I'm promised another opportunity to live on a new earth in a new heaven. And so I'm just going to go with it, and know that I'm going to be in good hands, that I'm going to experience something even better than what I have here. And I won't miss it, because there is no tears or sorrow the next opportunity. Kind of bizarre to think that there wouldn't be. It's like, what's that going to be like? But I'm not going to worry about it, or try not to. There he is again. Yep. I keep struggling. I tell the story. His name is the centurion's name. What is it again, Macon? That's Romans 10, or is it 6:10, or what is it? The Roman centurion. His name is, I remember the military retired colonel talking about that story. Alexa, what chapter is the Roman centurion in the Bible? Is that Romans?
The Roman centurion shows up in Matthew 8.
Matthew
Also
8.
in Luke 7 and Acts 10.
Acts 10. There we go. That's the Acts 10. Matthew, Mark, Luke, Acts. Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, Acts, Romans. There it is. You're probably telling me the name of it already, but I'm not looking up. Good old Acts 10. Yeah, there was a certain man in Caesarea named Cornelius. Thank you. Talking about Cornelius? That's right. A centurion of the band called the Italian band, a devout man, and one that feared God with all his house, which gave much alms to the people and prayed to God always. So he was a giving man. He was a praying man. He was a fearing man, which gave, he was a giving man. He saw in a vision evidently about the 9th hour of the day, an angel of God coming into him and saying unto him, Cornelius. And when he looked on him, he was afraid and said, What is that? What is it, Lord? And he said unto him, the prayers and thine alms are come up for a memorial before God. And I'm not going to read all of it, but yeah, it was Cornelius. You know, whenever you get behind a keyboard, MacKay, you can pretty much say anything. Make up whatever you want. Hearing aid. A what? Bluetooth. Bluetooth here. Bluetooth here. But I don't have it activated because it's not connected to anything. Immortal Jerry Parker. I'm English and an atheist. So what do you, what do you believe created you? Or how did you end up here on this planet? What do you believe in? Now there's 103. Just let him on his own, in his own little world, people, and enjoy the show. Welcome from Vietnam. I wish I could read that. I don't have a interpreter or auto translate on, so. And I'm not on YouTube, so I don't have an auto translate. Let's see. Maybe it's got something. Alexa, does the StreamYard have an auto translate?
StreamYard doesn't provide built-in auto translation. It only generates automatic English captions for shorts and reels, and you'd need to enable live captions on the destination platform for other languages.
You know why, Immortal? Because Christianity is not a religion. Thank you very much. So I would agree with you. Okay?
I appreciate your perspective.
Alexa, Alexa, stop. I'm not asking you. Uh-oh. It says Xbox is stopping. Oh, it was just responding to my comment. You don't have to use caps and yell there, Dr. Eva. Yeah, Christianity is the truth. Religions are man's attempt to do good enough to convince God that they're righteous enough. Good luck with that. It's called works-based belief is a religion based on works. I have to do something to impress God, to convince God that I'm good enough. That's why Christ came, because we can't do what's required. We can't be good enough, no matter what we do. Get it? So somebody had to come and miraculously be able to forgive and forget everything that we are, suffer all the sufferings that we brought upon ourselves, including death. Somebody had to be able to come and defeat that, to overcome that, which we can't do. We can't overcome our death. We can't resurrect ourselves. We can't come alive once we take our last breath. Not on our own, we can't. God knew that, so he sent his only begotten Son. And that whosoever believeth in him, should not perish, but have everlasting life. It's simple as that. You either believe, that is, to believe, you need to gather information and do some studying. That's what belief is. It's not just, oh, I believe that, based on no, evidence. If you choose to believe that he actually did what he said he did and who he was, he says, I give you an opportunity to come be with me, and I'll give you another chance to live, another opportunity to live again on a new earth in a new heaven. Shoot, why not? We got here one time somehow, right? According to, if you were to, not know how yet, we got here somehow. So why not again? Why can't this happen again? A new earth with a new population. After this one goes by the wayside. Why not? It happened first time. Why not a second? God said, believe in me. I'll give you that opportunity. I did what you couldn't do. And that's where I started. I said, why not? And then 19 years ago, I got the opportunity to study his word, dissect and define it, and then start using scientists who are professionals in their field and reading their material based on a creation worldview. And in the beginning, God created worldview. And what I found is overwhelmingly convincing that it's true, that it makes sense, that it can't be wrong about anything it knows. Why? Because it's the truth. The truth can't be wrong about anything it knows. And that truth is not a something, it's a someone. That someone lays claim to, I am the truth. I am the way, the truth, and the life, he said. The truth is a someone. That someone happens to be the creator. And the creator, if there's a creator, then he can't be wrong about anything he knows. Why? Because he created everything. He knows everything. He is the source of knowledge. Why do you and I even know anything? The one that can't be wrong about anything he knows gave us the ability to know anything. Because we can be wrong about anything we know. He's the only one that can say, I can't be wrong about anything I know. We can't say that. Only he can. So where does knowledge come from? Duh. His word even says it. The fear of the Lord is the beginning of knowledge. There it is. It fits. It makes sense. That totally fits logic. Oh, don't thank me, bro. I know nothing. I can be wrong about anything I know. Okay? I just rely on somebody that can't be wrong about anything he knows. Right? You see? That's the path. It's not about me anymore. It used to be. Matter of fact, it was all about me. I, me, my. Now, everything, all the credit goes towards God, the one that can't be wrong about anything he knows. Yep. You see? You have to pass on the credit. Hoorah. Good morning, Vietnam. Think about this current world as a matrix. Are you back, Gravity? Oh my gosh. I think it's got a different channel. immortal. Again, you should at least make an effort to understand it first. If you're going to argue against, I already did immortal. I put it very basically, and I haven't gotten any response that I remember. For 19 years, I've been reading about evolution. It doesn't make sense. It's impossible. Let's see. I bet you I wasn't, David. Try again. Strike one. Who's honey? Who are you talking to? You talking to me? Doctor? I like it. Preach may come. Pure religion undefiled before God, and the Father is this: to visit the fatherless and widows in their affliction, and to keep himself unspotted from the world. Hey, you know, I haven't concluded yet that verse there, but where I was going with like dissecting and defining that is the word fatherless is what got my attention. And I started going down the path of those without God being fatherless. Not fatherless as we understand it today. And it started to open up a bigger, more comprehensible understanding behind religion, true religion, pure religion. To visit the fatherless, those that don't know, although it didn't say capital F, but it makes profound sense to think of it as those without a father. Meaning those without God. Because they're definitely suffering or going to. And widows are those without husbands, or those that have lost their husband, right? Due to a death. And that reminds me of the death of Christ. And he's referred to as the groom. Yeah, I remember going down that path. And it was even more profound to think of it that way than just those without a father and the widows that lost their husband. Hoorah, Jerry. Although it's not. Yeah, E5. Sorry. Although we don't use E5, but it's equivalent to E5. Ooh, that's good, MacKay. That's right. I know there's a God based on what I can see. I mean, I'm sorry, based on the evidence. Oh, that's not a good example. Sorry. Oh, that's good. Yeah. Of his existence. There you go. Brownie, welcome. Hey, hit the thumbs up, everybody. Brownie and those that came in here recently. I have a feeling we're gonna get close to 200 likes. Professor Brownie, capital G God Rohan. I'm gonna be diligent about that. Get used to the capital G. We know who small G God is of this world. You mean science confirms the Bible, immortal? Let me read what an esteemed scientist who studies, the same evidence that secular scientists study says about that, about science or Bible gets science wrong, or science what? The Bible gets science wrong. All right. Where is it? There it is. Creation, that is, in the beginning God created. This is for immortal. Creation, okay, as described in the book of Genesis, is perfectly consistent with all known scientific laws and evidence. And the scientific evidence is overwhelming. Why would a scientist say that if he couldn't back it up? Or if the evidence, or if it's not true? Creation as described in the book of Genesis is perfectly consistent with all known scientific laws and evidence. And the scientific evidence is overwhelming. I challenge any skeptical person, for example, immortal, to give this book an impartial reading before dismissing the creationist viewpoint. By the way, the book is Evolution, the Greatest Deception in Modern History. Okay? You can find it on a website that is very reasonably priced. It's a nonprofit organization. They make no money. And the name of the website is very easy to remember. It's called creation.com. Okay? Go there right now. Spend 20 bucks. I believe it's about 20 bucks or less on this book. Go to creation.com. Go to their store and buy this book. Matter of fact, let's see the price. Oh, I thought it was on the back here. Maybe it's a little more than 20 bucks. No, I don't have the prices. But I think I remember I spent about 20 bucks. All right. Dr. Gallup, the author, is a geologist and marine scientist with over 35 years as a geotechnical and biological consultant. He has a degree in geology, oceanography, and science education. In addition, he was an officer in the United States Marine Corps and is a Vietnam veteran. He has been happily married for 40 years and with one son and grandson. Actually, that was 40 years as of 2017, I believe, as of this book. 2014, 16, 2016. So that's 10 years ago. So if he's still alive, if his wife's still, he's been married for 50 years. Right? He challenges any skeptical person to give this book an impartial reading before dismissing the creationist viewpoint. And if you don't, well then really, again, there's no excuse. You know, he's claiming something that is totally contradictory to what you just said. Right? So why? Aren't you curious as to why he would say that? How does he come to that conclusion? And he's telling you to, or he's asking you to read this book, read his book. Evolution, the Greatest Deception in Modern History, 2nd edition. Scientific Evidence for Divine Creation. Right there on the bottom. Right? In total contradiction to what you just said. How could that be? How could a scientist say that? Aren't you curious? Are you listening, Immortal? Anybody listening? And what discipline? What? Sorry, you're making me laugh. Hoorah, Mo-Cal. Or Mo. I'll call you Mo. Praise God for the military, right? Bill, Bill, Bill. Do you believe in God, Immortal? Can you hear me? Earth to Immortal. IMMORT. Wait. T? T? AL? IMMORT. R T. Help me out. T A L T A B C D E F G H I J K L M N O P P, right? P Q R S S S T T U V W X Y Z Z. I'm missing a couple letters there. The stones in your trousers. You have hate. I got over that a while ago. Sleep honest. I love it. The stones in your trousers. Jimmy! As you were, brother. Here, I love, you see, you know what era Jerry grew up in. I dig it, Immortal. You're going to get some second language English speakers wondering, huh? He digs it. Does he have a shovel? I can't accept evidence. Come on, be normal. Sorry. You got it, Doc. I know. I can dig it. So let me guess. Jerry, are you in your 70s? Possibly? Like 10 years older than me? Because that was like an era before me. I can dig it. The 60s. Everyone was gay in the 80s. Hey, I was into disco. England. Hoorah, Dave. Praise God. Oh, did you hit the like? Don't forget the thumbs up, Dave. Whereabouts? What part of England are you in? Just curious. I'm always trying to better my geography. There's never been a truly communist country. What was Vietnam? What was North Vietnam? Oh my gosh. Pixel. What? I don't even know that name of the city. Did you say Merseyside or Maryside? Sorry, I gotta scroll back. My Xbox isn't. Oh wait a minute. Where was that? Where is that? Yeah, Cambodia, Cuba, USSR, Vietnam, China. Where's that? Where's that comment you just made? Oh, Liverpool. Oh, I'm in Merseyside. David Vickers. Oh, that's in Liverpool. Okay, gotcha. You know, to be transparent, I don't know England and its divisions and the whereabouts of everything. Horrible. because I ignored it in school. I am the brownie. You guys high on friggin' meth or something? Why? Some of your comments, maybe I'm just getting sleepless and it's getting funny. You know how you get silly when you start getting tired? But some of these comments just start making me laugh. Oh, originally from Czech. Hey, I got a good friend from then Czechoslovakia. Eric Mikuska is his name. Carlos Hathcock? No, not me. I don't even look like him. Pooh Bear. Oh, the way he was ex-Marine, and he wore a cover like this, remember? But it was green in his photos. It was the forest cami, right? What do they call that cami? Jungle cami? Oh, there's a name for that. Oh, Roham from Iran. Yeah, I'm familiar with Pooh. I know the name. I was just trying to. I'm looking at my own video and trying to figure out where you got that. He was wearing the same cover in some of his photos, but not the desert cami. It was the, what was it called? There's a name for that cami, the jungle. I forget. Alexa, what's the camouflage that resembles the forest called in the military?
The forest-like camouflage used by the U.S. military is called U.S. woodland.
Woodland
cami.
Woodland. Thank you.
It's a four-color pattern of green, brown, black, and sand.
You got the hemoglobins? Oh. Burger education, limiting your brainwaves. See what I'm saying? Some of these comments, just a little tidbit of it, all of a sudden makes me start smiling. Your burger education. What was the other thing you said? Yeah, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The woodland. That's the word I was looking for, was woodland. What's EDRL? I don't know that. Needs an American flag in the back? I actually have one, and I used to do that. Yep. I used to sit over there on that end of the couch, and the flag I would post on the wall or lean against the wall, and it would be in the frame. Maybe I should incorporate it with the plant back here. A good suggestion, though. I'll see what I can muster up back here. And because it's vertical format, it's kind of limiting. If I was in the horizontal landscape, 16 by 9, sorry, 9 by 16, it's 16 by 9, 16 by 9, 16 by 9, I could fit everything in. But the reason why I'm using vertical is it brings more viewers because of the advent of TikTok, and having everything vertical and people holding their phones and doing their swiping, and then YouTube came aboard and everybody started coming on board with shorts. So they found that live streamers, at least those that aren't popular yet, that are trying to grow their channel and get people to watch, i.e. viewers, that the short format, the vertical format, gets more viewers. And so I found out the same. So unfortunately, it really limits the frame as far as how much you can put in it. A 19 what? 80s Army villain? Is this a villain outfit? These 80s Army villain. Actually, it's 2004, 2005. So, 20 years ago. 22 years ago. 21. Illiterate, delusional commie. You didn't even use a cuss word, thank God, but it was still funny. You immortal, you ignorant, illiterate, delusional commie. One more adjective. ERL is a camouflage used in Vietnam to eliminate capacity. No, I meant, what does it mean? That sounds like it was right off AI. ERL is a camouflage used in Vietnam to a limited capacity. Alexa, what is ERDL camouflage? What does it stand for?
ERDL camouflage, also called the leaf pattern, was created by the U.S. Army Engineer Research and Development Laboratory in 1948.
Oh.
It stands for Engineer Research and Development Laboratory.
Engineer Research Department Laboratory?
The Engineer Research and Development Laboratory,
Development
often shortened to ERDL, was the U.S. Army's post-World War II research center that created the 1948 camouflage pattern known as ERDL.
Okay. What's that? KFC gravy. Cover. Officially the cover garrison, MARPAT, Desert Navy. DAAD 16-02-D- triple 7. 8405-01-496-9439. 50% cotton, 50% nylon twill. Sekri, SEKRI Industries Incorporated. Medium. And then it gives washing instructions. Well, in the military, we call them covers. So, America is an empire and it's collapsing. Please show me the evidence. I've been here 64 years and it seems to be doing just fine. Where did you come from? Oh, there's Agus. I'm sorry. Wait. How long have you been in here? Did you just get here or you've been here for a while? Welcome back, Mr. Agus. Oh my goodness gracious. Keep flying away on that keyboard, Immortal. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness, pixelated bishop. What else, bruh? I can't believe I've been on as long as I have. 20 more seconds and I've been 5 hours. I haven't been asleep, Agus. I've been up all night. Well, I kicked myself for not keeping mine, Jerry. I gave them to my brother-in-law and he sent them to the Philippines. It's the only thing I got from this uniform. The cover and the blouse, I'm sorry, the blouse and my BDUs are gone. I even think the boots I gave to him as well. Don't you get tired, Immortal? Burgerland. Burgerland. I don't know why that's funny. Burgerland. It's like all this technical talk and all of a sudden, maybe not in Burgerland. Why is that so funny? Maybe it's the way I can almost hear you saying it. Maybe not in Burgerland. I don't know why I'm laughing. What is so funny about that? Oh my gosh. And I'm just watching the show. I'm the host and all I'm doing is watching. It's like maybe I should say something. Maybe I should tell a story. What should I do? Should I just let them go and run the show? Here, I'm a poet, but I don't know it. Yet my feet show it because they're Longfellows. Should I let them go and run the show? Oh no. And where are you from, Bishop? Wait, who's Bishop? Talking to me or is there somebody named Bishop? Sorry, I didn't catch everybody that came in. Oh, Pixel. I got you. Pixelated Bishop. I got you. Yeah, I had to kind of read between the lines there. Oh, sounds like a restaurant with a greasy plastic playground. Burgerland. That's what the Hamburgermeister said. Remember the Hamburgermeister? Not everybody, probably people in here don't know what I'm talking about. Hamburgermeister. Poop pants. Hey Kong, you're back. That's not true, dude. Did you ever hear that? Recently, I heard. That is not true. That's a lie. I heard the numbers, and that is not true. No, absolutely not, bro. You got your info wrong. What was it? It's there's been more. Wait, maybe that statement. Yeah, cause of most conflicts. No. What was that? What was that? Those numbers that I heard. That's a very common statement, though, that most people think, but it's not true. Absolutely not. They showed the numbers and it was not even close. I'm trying to remember, what is it that causes? It's not religion. Where was that? I was just watching, and they showed the statistics, and it's like, whoa, that makes sense. That's typical, though. When you start looking at numbers, that's usually what you gotta look at. Look at the numbers. Yeah, you gotta do your homework on that one, Immortal. What was it? I'm trying to remember. Dang it, I can't draw it out of my head. Gillimelech? Yes. United States Navy. OIF, 2004, 2005, with 123 Marines over in Fob Heat, Iraq. How about yourself? Gillimelech? Is it raining again? Do I hear rain? Seriously. Do I hear rain? I do. It is rain. Whoa. It is rain. That is rain. Like, oh my gosh, 7:30 in the morning and it's raining out. I gotta hit the head. Be right back, guys and gals. Okay, I'm back. Hey guys, I was just thinking when I was in the head there, I downloaded or I uploaded some photos to share with you guys of my deployment. Maybe I'll give you a little slideshow while you guys are uh, typing away, burning up those keyboards or your thumbs on the mobile device. So you want to see some pictures while you guys are chatting? Maybe break the monotony here. How about it? I don't have audio when I replace my pictures. I'm sorry, when I replace my video with pictures. So enjoy the rock and roll background to these pictures. See if we can get those up real quick. Put the volume up a little bit. All right. So how was that? Good to go? Cool beans? Any naysayers out there? Still? Go for it. Sorry, I'm still laughing at some of your comments. I'm way behind here. Let me scroll on down here. Are you guys still going at it? Yep. Oh, we're talking about what? Insects in China? Oh, Mekong, are you heading out like an infant? Did everybody hit the like before you leave? Hit the thumbs up, Brownie, and William and Agus, and I know Mekong already has. Later, dude. Later, big bro. Naysayer. You guys need to get together and just write a book, page after page. Comment, reply. Comment, reply. 3 of you, all at the same time. The naysayers are actually arguing with each other. No, I'm talking about naysayers with the military. All the stolen valor naysayers. Now watch. Now that I've said that, watch. Watch the room. Bishop is a mixed up little man. Sergeant. Why is everything so funny? I think it's lack of sleep. I'm talking to this friend of mine over in the UK while I've been listening to you. Douglas. Oh, wait. Who are you talking to? Brother. You talking to me, Douglas? 2 nights. I've been here listening to you, talking to you sometimes, and I'm talking to this friend of mine over in the UK while I've been listening to you. Oh, that's you, Douglas. Okay. I see who you are. I had to look at your profile. It's like, oh, okay. You're gonna choke me. Do you know what I just read? I must be tired. I just read, do unicorns say nay or nay? Why is that funny? Oh my God, my stomach, my ribs are hurting. My stomach hurts. Oh my gulai. Gulai means vegetable in Tagalog. Oh my gulai. Oh my God. Oh. Don't stop. Please don't stop. Please don't stop. Jerry actually said, I scrolled back and I saw it. Do unicorns say nay or nay? Oh my gosh, why is that hilarious? Maybe I'm picturing him saying it. Do liberals say nay or nay? Oh, don't get me started. Oh my gosh. You know what? It's even funnier is that through all this laughing, they're still arguing. I don't think they have an ear open to the live stream. They're just going at it. I'm a moron. Got it. Wait, Angela, you're back. Oh my gosh. Hey guys, do you mind if I have my live stream back, please? Brownie, Agus, Pixelated, and others. Can I have my live stream back, please? My dad chose Jerry. Do unicorns say nay or nay? Was that you, Jerry, that said that? Oh my God. Understanding what you said around what you said. Oh no, understanding what you are around what you said. Oh, okay. Oh no, I know you did, Depp. I think you're like doing the same thing I'm doing. You're just kind of waiting in the rings. Yeah, the rings also. Watching these guys. Who's this cat in the background laughing on my live stream? Exactly. How does someone think in 240p? That's crazy. Anyways, I'm done. Are you sure? Are you sure? I guess I bet you aren't. You can have it back whatever you want. Just, I mean, but asking them isn't really going to do much. Oh my God. Well, I figured I'd just have a conversation of my own. Oh, curious, Angela. Why did you name yourself Angela? Do you suffer from angina? Angina? Goldfish-brained commies. Well, yeah, commies thinking 19p. Oh, we're down to 19p now. Well, CBs don't work, aren't called doc in the Marine Corps. Or I should say, yeah, Marines don't call CBs doc. So the answer is, I was a corpsman. Former, correct. Well, I still got mine. This is my second cup. You know what? That was my problem in elementary school, was I couldn't point to Poland on a map. I couldn't point to many countries. We used to have a contest. The teacher to teach us geography would have contests, and we would go up to the chalkboard. She would call two students' names. We'd go up to the chalkboard. And on the hanging above the chalkboard was the world map, and she'd pull that down, and we'd have to sit there, and she'd say Poland, and we'd have to point. And I never held that. I never kept the stage up there. One guy was like genius in where countries were, but I was clueless. And to this day, I still struggle to point at countries. If you asked me to, point to where a country was, I'm a little better than I was, but it was never a forte. Are you heading out there, Dr. Dredd? Don't forget the thumbs up. Be sure and do that. You were that genius. I've been struggling to get rid of this border. Let's see here. That didn't do anything, I don't think. Did that get rid of the border? No, it did not. See, that's going to make me even shorter. Oh my gosh, that dropped me down to nothing. I think that's what I'm looking for next time. Let's see something real quick. Nope, that got rid of me. No, that popped me up to the top, or did it? Anyway. Dr. Dad. Later, dude. PDO, the DEP official. Are you Filipino, DEP? Now that I just realized your name says official. It's kind of indicative of a Filipino YouTube channel name. Yeah, the border's still there. Yeah, I'm not sure what to do about that. Oh wait, here's a pencil. Add item, save, cancel. Dynamic camera grid. Whoa. Nope, we don't want that. Oh my gosh, did the debate stop? I think it did. Yeah, fill the fit. I'm looking and I don't see that. Option. Hold on. Manage layouts. Cropped layout. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Let's see if that took care of it. I think that might have done it. No, I unchecked it and it got worse. Okay. That's weird. Let's see something real quick. Is that 50-something people viewing? Is that what that says, or does that say 5? It's cropped off, and I asked that before. Hold on. Holy moly. Why did that crop get even bigger? Oh, it says 15. Oh, I'm up to 30 something. Quarter Filipino. So I speak in your, so I can speak and you're wrong. Huh? What are you talking about? So I can speak and you're wrong. Wrong about what? Sorry, I lost me on that one. So I can speak and you're wrong. About what? What are you talking about? Well, it's a coincidence that it's very common or very popular for the Filipino Livestream community to put official at the end of their. I know a Filipina Ava Nation official, and many have been in the Filipino Livestream community for 7 years, and official is a very popular suffix at the end of their channel. Oh my gosh, now what's this? Pixelated, he's like elaborating now on the Philippines. The mention of the word, and now we got Jerry, Konti lang and Bisaya lang, as far as Tagalog and Bisaya. A little bit of both. It's Visaya, V-I-S-A-Y-A, but Filipino pronunciation tends to be with the B, Bisaya. Taga-asa ka sa Bisaya, or saan ka nakatira sa Pinas? Right? Correct? K-O-R-E-K. Correct? Correct, John. Oh my goodness, this is horrible. Oh my gosh, I can't win. Doctor keeps saying, honey. Are you from Pakistan by any chance, Dr. Eva? Oh wait, I'm quarter Filipino. Oh, I'm reading the same comment over and over again. 3% Jewish, so I can decide what is and what isn't genocide across the board. And I declare that the Crusades were not genocide. The most American thing, I agree, this stream is amazing, amazing. I was talking to the other guy. Hey, 10,000 burgers. There would be no more burgers for anyone else. Correct. Wait, I'm catching up to my own comments now. Okay, wait. Where am I? Fun fact, coffee is actually from berries in Guatemala. Should stop saying there's evidence for God. Angela, people who believe in should stop saying there's evidence for God. Idiot! Oh, Dr. Eva, I'm sorry, I asked if you're from Pakistan. What was your answer? I got lost in the mix. What is that? Soldiers in our days are cowards. They do bad things even they do not agree. The purpose. Coffee makes you confuse your gender. Any true patriot knows that. You don't have to yell at me, Dr. Eva. Oh, yes, I'm Dr. Eva. Idiot! Oh my God. Is that what is making me giddy? Is my coffee? I still got some left. I still got a half a cup or more. I like that question. What's my gender? I am. Sorry. That sounds like, remember what you've learned. Savior Khan. Hooah! King. It's oorah. Hooah is coughing up a loogie. I gotta make fun of the army. Oh, there it is again. I'm a neon white Catholic doctor from Europe. No, I got a Black Rifle Coffee Company, Beyond Black. Namaskar, Lakshmi. Hey, you're speaking Nepali, aren't you? That's a guess. Am I correct? Are you speaking Nepalese? Call me Devil Doc, King. Put the C on the end. Devil Doc. Hence the name of my channel. Devil Doc. With a C. No, I'm not. Jerry. Wait, Jerry. Jerry, you're the quarter Filipino, or I'm trying to remember. Devil Doc. I can add that. Devil Doc Studio. You know what? I think I can do it right now. Let me think. Let me click on this. Yep. Here we go. DEVIL. Devil Doc MacKay. Friday night live stream. Here we go. I'll save it. I think I can save this. Let's see. Yeah, save changes. Okay, look at the name now. There you go. Devil Doc. Devil Doc MacKay. I'll do that. Maybe I'll leave that in there. Although it's doing awfully well as it was, but I don't know if that would change anything. Were you saying that, Jerry, because I spoke a little bit of Bisaya and Tagalog? Do you know the language also, or dialects? Oh, I changed it on, I saved it. I'm sorry, I didn't change it on. You'll see it, I believe, once this ends and it gets uh, posted on YouTube. I know you can see it on YouTube right now, but I changed it on StreamYard. That's the platform that I'm using right now. Oh, wait, you know what? I did it. When I end the stream, I think it'll change it. Oh, so where did you serve and what's your wildest tale? Sorry, I just now saw that pop up. 2004, 2005 with the 123 Marines over in Fob Heat, Iraq in the Al-Anbar province. If that's your question. I served in the United States Navy as a corpsman or a medic. Wildest tale. Some of my wildest tales come from the civilian world as a civilian paramedic. Oh, Jerry, you're not Filipino. Okay, okay. I'm sorry. Who was it? That's quarter Filipino. Oh, that's a DEP official. Sorry. Okay. But you are a linguist. Ah, nice. I respect those that take on languages. I subscribe to a few YouTube channels of guys, especially Salmo. Incredible. And the success he's made, and now he's traveling the world, and people are requesting his presence all over the place. It's so cool. And it's because I tried it without the official. I said, no, this is taken. Awesome. Oh, you're the, wait, doctor, you already said that last time. I speak 7 languages plus Latin. Any reason you have to yell those words? I speak 7 languages and plus Latin. Is that I am Legion boys? I am Legion boys. You think it might clear up some of the naysayers, and they might, you know what? It's not, because those that don't know any better, they're gonna just ramble with their not knowing and call me everything but, and they're not reading the name of the channel or anything else, or looking at the photos, the profile picture, or yeah, and they question, you know, what I did. Did you see the slideshow? I call it the slideshow. I just posted while these guys were going at it in the chat room, I decided to do a little slideshow, and I just stepped back and clicked through about a dozen photos from my deployment. Should I show those again for those that didn't get an opportunity to see them? Spock, MacKay. Everything's secure down here, Captain. No signs of life anywhere. Wait, I got to do the communicator. Wait, do I have a flip something? I actually was in Universal Studios, and I got an opportunity to be an actor on stage with Star Trek. And I got materialized to another planet and everything. I was a landing party, and I got to land on a planet, and I flipped the communicator, and the camera, the actual TV camera, came zooming right in on me. And my line was, "Everything's secure down here, Captain. No signs of life anywhere." I'm serious. How did I remember those lines? Oh, you saw the slideshow? Oh, I guess you actually saw it. Oh, I didn't even know you were in the room. Or were you in the background just watching? No, no bad memories at all. I did my best to make it a vacation, you know, like as if I was in a foreign country for the very first time, or I'd never been in Iraq before. So it was my first time there. But yeah, it was kind of hard to make it a vacation. But no bad memories. It was bizarre and frightening at times. You know, would I want to do that again? No. It's just it's a dangerous place to try to do my job. And I can do that elsewhere, you know, and be safe. So I had an opportunity to go back as a civilian and make 120 grand a year, which was in 2005. It was a lot of money. Providing medical support as a civilian. I had a fire department civilian fire supervisor I met there at Al Assad base, and he gave me his point of contact information and said, yeah, just email me if you're interested. I'll hook you up. 2-year contract, 120 grand a year, 125 grand a year, something like that. I had that opportunity to go back, but you know, I was a new husband and a new daddy when I got home, so I decided not to. So I got out of the Navy actually because of Iraq. Just decided I can't be risking my life as a new husband and a new dad. So you know what? Your name, I just read it, and I read it as N Tranny. I thought, well, there's another name, and I went, oh, it's Tyranny. I think I'm going to call you Tranny. Hey, Tranny, what's up? I'm definitely sleep deprived. Ooh, good memory there, Agus. Oh, there he is. Maggie. Are you a girl? Maggie, I hate to say this, but did you hit the thumbs up, Mag? Be sure and do that before I boot you out. There, that was a naysayer. Yeah, they get the boot. I just decided, you know, the amount of viewers has exponentially magnified over the last week. And so now whenever somebody says those words, those 2 words, it's like, you're out of here. You're fired. Sorry, whoever that was. Be nice to Maggie. What Maggie? Where'd she go? maybe I should put that on in the channel, or maybe as a hashtag, so it appears below my title. Maybe I should put that is something like a hashtag say stolen valor, get the boot, or something like that. What are your suggestions? What should I what hashtag should I put up there so it appears below my title? Say stolen valor, get the boot, or what do you guys think? Come up with something. Come up with a hashtag that people are gonna see. Although I use 3 of them, and I'm not going to change them, but I'm trying to think of a way. Yeah, stolen valor gets the boot. All right. Stolen valor gets the boot. Trying to think. Although I use 3. And those 3 are, I'm going to give credit to why I get the viewers and the yeah, the viewers that I'm getting now. So I don't want to change that. And the very first 3 hashtags is what shows up below your title, but only those 3. Although, oh, you know what? I could put it. No, it's not going to make it. It's going to eliminate anything that's up there with the title. Even if I include it as part of my title, it'll only post 2 more hashtags. And I'm using 3, and I want to keep those 3. I could put it breaking out the McAllen for this one. Maybe put it up like, well, the other thing I could do is here. I could tag, I'm sorry, not tag, but I could pin the comment at the top of the chat room. It'll always be visible. Can I do it on StreamYard? I can do it on YouTube. For example, I have to close the StreamYard here on my TV. I'm going to go to my own channel, comment in my own room, and then pin it. I have to use another device. If I had my other, I don't have another phone. If I had another phone, I could just use that. Put that hashtag and then pin it at the top. So I could do that. I think I'll just pin it. I don't know if that's going to, it's almost like putting wash your hands in a bathroom. You know how many people actually, pay attention to it? Or putting a sign above the microwave saying, cover your food, and not too many people see it. So I think if I pin it, it's just going to sit there and not many people are going to see it. Or they're not going to pay attention to it. I don't know, I could try it. But hold on, I'm on my YouTube channel right now. So I'm going to come in as a participant. But because I'm the host, I should be able to pin the comment. So hold on a second. Hold on, here it is. And it takes a while for it to populate here on this Xbox. Definitely doesn't have very good memory. Wow, I'm up to 110 likes. I wonder what that's going to turn out to be. Oh wait, that's the wrong live stream. No wonder. Hold on. Hody-do. Oh, I'm even on the wrong channel. Maybe that has something to do with it. Goodness gracious. 12,000 views the last live stream. Goodness gracious. Wait, I'm on the wrong channel still. What the heck is going on? Switch account. Okay. I'm on my main, the Google account. I want to be on my brand channel. Oh, gosh, I'm still not there. What the heck? Switch account, Gary. Doc. There we go. Wait, it's not going to my channel. What is going on? This is crazy. I'm switching accounts and it's not switching. What does that mean? God forbid it's gone. This is crazy. This is wild. This is scary. I'm on YouTube. I'm signed in. And it won't take me to my Doc MacKay. What? Let me sign out. Sign back in. This is weird. What? This is scary. No, still here. And I'm gonna try to sign in. Use my password. I'm serious. I'm like nervous right now. I am totally nervous right now. Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm in. That was a first. I literally got nervous. I'm gonna just start yelling peanut butter. View my channel. There it is. Unbelievable. There's only 10 people watching. Okay, I'm on the right. I literally, there it says Devil Doc MacKay. So it did change. Maybe you just needed to reload or something, or refresh. Or... Oh my gosh, the whole Xbox just shut off. All right, I'm gonna give up. Or the whole Xbox just booted me out and left. All right. I know you mean well, William, but try not to even reference the F-bomb. You can say the same thing without it. If you would, please. All right, Jerry. Oh, don't forget the thumbs up, Jerry, if you haven't already. Later, dude. Nutella. Yeah, Dr. Evac, when he said honey, well, he was saying it all through the live stream. He kept calling me honey. I'm like, what? That's why I asked him if he's from Pakistan. I found that some other guys from Pakistan are calling me honey. Was it honey and dear, I think. Okay, dear. I'm thinking maybe they don't realize what they're saying in English, or maybe he's gay and he's just complimenting me in a feminine way, or so I was thinking that with Dr. Evac. Maybe he's calling me honey because he's from Pakistan. I don't know. Dear, no, DEAR. There you go. That's better, William. You know what? Now that you gave me an idea, though, Brownie. No, I mean not Brownie. Oh no, there it is again. Of nay or nay. William is. I'm gonna have to put that variation of the F word in my what do you call it, list, so that it automatically flags it and hides it, and unless I accept it. I've got the 7 cuss words you can't say on TV, on that list, and then a bunch of others. And I've got the F-bomb, but I don't have that variation of it. So now I'll have to put that in there. F-U-K. All right. Now I'm back to square one again on my 60-inch here. Trying to get the YouTube channel back up there. I think what it is I had a StreamYard burning, a tab open with StreamYard, and that thing is, it's just got a plethora of memory. It's driving a lot of memory, and Xbox can't keep up with it. I got Windows open and I'm sharing slides, and I mean, it's nothing for a laptop, but for this Xbox, it's very limited. So when I start getting too many variables going at the same time, it shuts down. It gives up. Sweetie. Dr. Eva, there it is. So sorry, sweetie. Sweetie, I bothered you. Definitely EU. So, Dr. Eva, sorry, where are you from? What? Oh, I got a rebar story. Brownie, you just opened the door. You want to hear my rebar emergency? It wasn't a call that I ran on. It was a transfer that we were taking a patient from a lower level of care to a higher level of care. Wow. This one will make you guys sweat, or at least pucker, or you ready? You want to hear the rebar story? Okay, here we go. Let me turn the music down a bit. Stand by. I'm doing it with my thumb here on the phone, so bear with me. There we go. Okay, let me just mute it, and then I'll turn it back up. Unmute it later. as a paramedic, depending on what system you work in, depending on what state you're, working EMS in, emergency medical services, determines on what kind of calls that paramedics run on. Well, I was working in Central California, the San Joaquin Valley, or the Central Valley as it's called, in California. For those of you from the area, I was speaking to somebody just earlier that lives up there in Bakersfield. Well, I lived in that area for a short while, a couple of years, and I worked 30 miles north up in Delano. Delano is a small agricultural community, large Filipino and Hispanic population, surrounded by orange groves, almond orchards, and grapes. For those of you that don't know, San Joaquin Valley is, I believe, the largest producer in the United States. It ships vegetables and fruits and produce all over the United States. Humongous. It's like 300 miles long and 50 miles wide. It's a dry river basin. It's super fertile soil. Anyways, so work in that area, and paramedics in that area will do everything from 911 calls to what we call inter-facility transfers, where we're literally doing what the title says. We're transferring somebody from one facility to another facility. Because of their condition, it requires a paramedic level treatment. We're usually just monitoring the patient because the patient is on a certain medication or on a device, a pump, an IV pump, or some other device that is above the scope of practice of a basic EMT. It might require an ALS or advanced life support monitoring from point A to point B. Sometimes they have a nurse ride with us because whatever machine that they're attached to, I know nothing about, and it's above my scope of practice. So a nurse will come with me, and the two of us will ride in the back, and the driver, in this instance in Delano, it was a basic EMT. A basic EMT is my partner. So there's one paramedic and one EMT. So we're doing an inter-facility transfer for, we don't know what the patient is yet. We just get the call on our pager or on the radio or both. And the hospital, the community hospital that's attached, Delano Regional Medical Center, DRMC, is right next door to the ambulance station. It's a private ambulance company. So we literally just get in the car, drive across the street, go over to the hospital, and we go over to the nurse's station, depending on what department we're responding to, whether it's the OB department, transferring a pregnant person, to a higher level of care, or we're just doing a transfer into the city of Bakersfield, where they have a trauma center in Bakersfield, which is 30 miles away. And somebody might have just driven themselves into the emergency room, and it turns out that they've got something pretty acute going on inside of them or with them. And so they get treated there, but then they need a expeditious transport into or to a trauma center. In this instance, it's in Bakersfield. So that would be an instance where a paramedic would be called, and I would transfer this, sick patient 30 miles into Bakersfield. And that's what we were doing. We were taking this patient from DRMC into Bakersfield to a trauma center. So of course, as in my head, I'm thinking, ooh, what do we got? Somebody's hurt, somebody's sick. And we get in the emergency room, and there's a 30, turned out to be like 30-something-year-old guy in the trauma room. Well, they don't have a trauma room technically at DRMC because they're not a trauma center. So they don't have a trauma team, and it's a community hospital. It's a small hospital, but he's in the room where they treat traumas, and he's in there. He's got an IV or IVs established. He's in his gown, the typical hospital setting. He's laying in bed, semi-sitting, and there's a woman, an older lady, sitting in a chair to his, that would be his left or my right, right? So she's like waiting, and they know that we're coming and we're going to give them a ride into Bakersfield. So I'm out at the nurse's station, and the doc actually comes up, and he's helping with the turnover, and he's telling us who this guy is and what happened to him. And apparently he was at a construction site. Not sure what he was doing at the time, but he was getting down off of a ladder. And as he stepped off the ladder, he didn't realize there was a piece of rebar, you know, let's say 3-foot piece of rebar sticking up out of the asphalt, and it went into his rectum. It didn't go up his anus. It went in the taint, you know, taint the ass nor the in between. It penetrated into that and into his abdomen, literally impaled himself. And oh, I'm getting the feeling right now. I'm getting goosebumps. I've actually done that, where I've stepped off of a ladder, you know, not knowing. I didn't step into a piece of rebar, but I've, you know, inadvertently hit my butt, you know, on something I didn't realize was right near me. This guy didn't see that piece of rebar, and it literally hit between his anus and his testicles, right between, and it penetrated through into his abdomen, into his intestines. I was like, holy crap. Can you imagine? I can't. He was sedated, thank God, when we got there. Pain control, sedation, the whole 9 yards. And this older lady was sitting next to him. So automatically, what do you assume? I'm looking at his chart. He's 35 years old or so, and there's an older lady, and, you know, all due respect, but obviously considerably older than he is. So I assumed that was his mom, right? Wrong. What did I do? I got the paperwork, and I go in. I've got to get some signatures, you know, to authorize the transfer. So I'm trying to get, you know, the most common thing is go to the patient and have the patient sign it. Well, I realized, oh, he's not going to be able to sign it. He's out, you know. And I turned to the next, you know, and that was to his mother. So I turned to her and I said, it's like I had to get her attention. Excuse me. And she raised her head up, and I said, Mom? She says, I'm his wife. Thank you very much. And I went, oh my gosh. I went, oh, whoops. Insert foot into mouth. And I was like, oh my gosh, that's his wife. And again, all due respect, but you know, she must have been in her 50s, if not 60. And I called her, you know, Mom, or his wife. Yeah, I called her, Mom, I'm his wife. Thank you very much. And I was like, oops. And I put my head down. I was like, oh, I'm sorry, ma'am. I need a signature authorizing the transfer, if you would, please. And she scratches it. She kind of like just gave me a scribble and handed me back the pen. And I turned around and I walked out of the room going, oh my gosh, did that just happen? So never assume. I'm his wife. Thank you very much. Oh my goodness. So yeah, uneventful transfer from point A to point B into Bakersfield. We handed them off to the trauma team, and they did their thing and proceeded from there. So she was a passenger in the ambulance. Thank God I wasn't driving, because I would have had to sit next to her the whole trip there. I was in the back since I was the paramedic. And all you do is just monitor him and give him a ride to the trauma center. Pretty radical, though. That the first and only time I've seen that mechanism of injury. Ouch, would be an understatement. Yeah. Wait a minute. It just rejected my password here. Try again. Sorry, I'm not reading the comments here. I got the wrong page on here. Oh, there we go. Yeah, that rebar screwed him. What was that? But I pulled myself off of it. I haven't read all the responses. Oh, you punctured your lung because of the way it was. Yeah, wait. I guess I'm reading your story. A wall and rebar half-inch so bounced off my right rib cage and then through the skin poking through. Dude, you gave yourself a pneumothorax is what. Yeah. So did it collapse your lung? I'm reading as I. Oh, you thought at first I thought you punctured my lung because of the way it was. Yeah, I always ask the relation first. And then drove myself to the hospital, showing my boss, nearly puked. So it didn't puncture, thank God. And that would have been nasty. I bet that hurt. Yeah. Then that sound. I mean, did you get a pucker factor when you heard where it penetrated? That thank God for pain medication, and I mean, we call that he got snowed for sure. You snow them with narcotics and muscle relaxers. You know, I would want to be out for the count as close as possible to put up with that. Unbelievable. I gotta pay attention to what I'm doing here. I'm trying to type with this Xbox controller here. Okay, did I get it right? I still got it wrong. What is my, wait. My email is correct, right? Yes, it looks right. What am I doing? Try again. Third time's a charm. If I had any longer, maybe that's the problem. Okay, got it. Third time. I got it. Sorry about that. I had to accept the two-step verification and I'm good to go. Okay, I'm back on YouTube. So anyways, back to what we were talking about. I think that might be what I'll do. I'll try using that hashtag and then I'll pin it at the top of the chat and see if that does anything. I'm gonna speculate it's not gonna get anybody's attention because I hardly pay attention to the pinned comments when I go into live streams. View my channel. What is that question? Sorry, does the third degree burn victim or so? I didn't quite understand the question, or was that a comment or a question? Well, I'm down to 8 or 10 people watching. I think that's the lowest it's been since this thing. Although I've been on for, gosh, 6 hours. So I think it might be time to call it quits. Don't tell me, fire ants, you were in Louisiana or somewhere in the South. Uh, third-degree burn, maybe that's where that came from. We're taught third-degree burns don't hurt because it's burnt through the pain receptors and they're gone. So it actually burns into the like the muscle. It's gone through all your epidermis, all the 3 layers of epidermis, and so the pain receptors aren't there anymore. But the process of getting burnt, I'm sure, hurt like. But the actual burn itself, you can put your finger, in it, and it's not gonna. But I wouldn't want to try it out. Yeah, I am to Craig. I know. What am I doing? It's almost 9 o'clock in the morning. Oh no, that's okay. I've seen completely charred bodies. Yep. Motor vehicle accident. See, you're getting me talking about everything, all these memories. We responded to a motor vehicle. Long response though. It was in Delano. We ended up responding way out, almost to Interstate 5. Matter of fact, it was Interstate 5. If you look at a map and see where Interstate 99 going north-south, and then Interstate 5 going through California, and see the distance between the two, right around the Bakersfield, just north of Bakersfield. We responded all the way out to Interstate 5 and found the vehicle that had caught fire, and it was after the fact. And the fire was already put out. The firefighters were already there. It wasn't even smoldering anymore. And the body was like Superman. He literally had his arms out, missing the arms from the elbows up, completely charred off. The whole body was black, and the muscle was still visible in his arms and his legs, and it looked like yellow barbecued meat on the grill. It did. It was muscle, burnt muscle, still in his I think the upper arm and his thighs, and he had no legs below the knees. They were all burnt off. No arms above the elbows. I'm sorry, distal to the elbow, down to the hands. Just stumps at the elbow and stumps at the knees. Completely charred body. He was like Superman, laying across the driver's seat, the steering wheel, and out the back. He was like laying on top like Superman. And that's what we got to. And like, anybody else? Nope. All right, guys, let me take a look. I've never seen this before. Looked all around saying, oh my gosh. And then we canceled and headed back. Yeah. What's going on, Raccoon Man? Oh, so anyways, yeah, you don't forget it. I mean, if you've ever smelled any burnt hair, I guess would be the best way, but just magnify that. Yep. I also saw a guy get trapped under his vehicle, rollover. He got ejected. The car ended up on top of him. And we get there, and everyone's like, no, you don't want to see this. And I'm like, see what? And they're like just shaking their head, and walking away, some of the firefighters. And I'm walking around the car, and I see the guy's head underneath, like the roof of the car, the whole weight of the car, the whole side of the car is on him. but you can't see his body. It's like on his neck, and his head is sticking out from underneath the car, and his eyeballs are popping out of his head. I was like, whoa! It was literally, boom! They were out of the socket, both of them. You're like, it's like, you scared me. I'm laughing about it now, but at the time, you're like, oh my gosh. He was dead. Yeah. DRT, as we would call it, dead right there. Right there. Yeah, he was quickly on it. You had some tell. It was bizarre though, because all of a sudden you come around to the right angle and you see these boom sticking out at you. Oh, and I'm laughing about it, but this was a little more shocking. Well, maybe not as shocking, but like, oh my, another one of those wow factors. There was a young guy doing donuts in the parking lot, and all I can think of is he was trying to impress the girls or something, because his girlfriend was the one freaking out when we got there. I mean, beside herself. And she just kept yelling, get him out, he's right there. And in doing donuts, he was doing it with his car door open, one hand on the steering wheel, and whee, and somehow lost control. He got ejected. The car slid right on top of him and folded his body. It folded his body, and it didn't fold it like a normal, the way a normal body folds, like with your knees up to your chest like this. It was like backwards. His legs were bent behind him, and his head was sticking out from underneath the car like this. It was weird. It was like an anatomical puzzle. You're like, what the? He was bent the other way, and the car was on top of him, and his head was sticking out from underneath where you put your feet in, on the driver's side, the rail there, the foot rail. His head was sticking out with the entire car on top of him. He was dead. I was like, oh my gosh. What? Craziness. Yeah, he didn't win that battle. Yeah, that's why you wear your seatbelt, kids. Why am I laughing all the time at your guys' comments? And that's why you wear your seatbelt, kids. As you show that video to the classroom and everybody falls out from fainting. I've done that. I've actually been part of Mothers Against Drunk Driving, MAD. I don't know if they still have that program in high school. Before they graduate, you go around the senior classes, and I gave a slide presentation, a movie. Matter of fact, some of you might remember it. I think the name of the movie was something red. What was it, guys? Remember that movie? Seeing Red or something red? Like the movie opens up or ends with it's just a depiction of blood dripping down the screen at the end as the blood covers the lens. Something red. Anyways, I show that movie, and it's not uncommon for students to all of a sudden fall out in their chair while watching the movie. And sure enough, I had one. And everyone starts freaking out. Teacher's like, oh my gosh. By the time you lay them down and lay them flat for 30 seconds, they start coming around. I'm sorry. No, you're good. You got any medical problems? You don't have seizure history, do you? Make sure that, they didn't just have a seizure and that's why they fell out. But no, it was because of what he was watching. Freaked him out. Drunks against mad mothers? No. Mad, M-A-D-D. Mothers against drunk driving. Yeah. Oh, I was gonna try. I'm on the YouTube channel now. For instance, hashtag. What was it again? You came up with? Oh, it was stolen valor. Stolen valor gets the boot. Yeah. Valor gets the, again, is an Xbox controller, so bear with me. Boot. Let's see if I got everything right. Stolen valor gets the boot. Okay. So I post it, and then I can click the three dots, and there it is, and pin it. Pin the message. Okay, that should do it. It should appear at the top, or actually it'll stay at the bottom. Stolen valor gets the boot. No MOS, Raccoon. I was in the Navy. They don't use MOSs. Okay, they have rates. Basically, your job. What was your job? And that's a corpsman or HM, hospitalman. HM and then the rank, which is second class, the 2 chevrons. Okay, so HM2 was my rate. Hoorah, Raccoon. Well, if you're Navy 2, then you know Navy doesn't have MOS, bro. That's a red flag. What are you talking about? Oh, you thought I was a Marine? Is that what you're thinking? Actually, you would have known this is a Navy insignia. Anyways, so that's the pin. Well, you know, I had a guy claim he was in the Seabees, you know, the construction battalion in the Navy, and he challenged me till he was red in the face, saying that he's active duty also, and Navy never uses their emblem on a cover. And I said, what? What do you? I said, don't you wear your garrison? The garrison cap wears the your rank on the cover. What are you talking about? The same insignia, the eagle and the 2 chevrons. It's silver or chrome on the garrison cover, the black garrison cover. I'm like, what Navy are you in? What? That's okay. You're not the first to say that. But also, and I will say that some Navy personnel don't know that the corpsmen are able to wear the Navy insignia on the Marine Corps uniform because they're not green side. Green is the Marines, blue side is Navy. I'm not educating you, particularly Raccoon, for those that don't know. So those that haven't been green side, like me, I never was green side until I got deployed to Iraq, didn't know that, you know, I got to wear this on their uniform. So, and you know what? Stolen valor gets the boot doesn't appear all the letters don't appear there on the pin, does it? There at the bottom, the yellow Doc MacKay 819. It says stolen valor gets and then TH. Is that what you see also? Third class. Fifth Fleet, Bahrain. Never stepped aboard a ship, Raccoon. 8 years in the Navy and never got an opportunity to step aboard a ship. Now that's something I wished I could do again. And just get, that's kind of why I joined the Navy, was to get exposed to, as much as I could. And I didn't get a chance to even go through the formalities of entering a ship and saluting the ensign and asking permission to aboard and all that. It's like I studied it in the BMRs. Remember the BMRs we did at the very beginning? That's the basic military requirements. But other than that, I didn't get a chance to apply it. So. Wow. Thank God. Thanks, Brownie. That's humbles me just to hear people talk about, what I used to do and how they look at you. Whereas as far as I'm concerned, I was a paramedic. Once a paramedic, always a paramedic. Being a corpsman was taking my paramedic license, civilian paramedic license, and applying it into the service. So the spoon that fed me was the civilian world. It wasn't the Navy that taught me how to be a paramedic. So I don't know, it's different mindset as medical care. You get a different view on human health and human life, and you can work with it and it just be part of a job, as opposed to getting emotionally attached or thinking other than what the layperson, how the layperson thinks about, like the calls that I just told you about. I might be laughing while I'm saying these because it's radical to me. OMG type stuff, stuff you can talk about while eating lunch and high-fiving each other, after a call. Where a layperson might be literally sick to their stomach and can't believe what they just experienced, and maybe even bring it home with them and be affected by it. That's kind of like I feel for the guys out in the field, that are not trained in medicine, and then they bring it home and they live with it for the rest of their life. And I'm thinking, gosh, man, I almost think they should implement a medical part of their training as a soldier. Require them to do rotations through a hospital or through a pediatric floor or an ICU where people are, very sick, and or kids that are, suffering from whatever it is they're going through before they get deployed. I don't know. That might even end their career. But because it's been always said, I was always told, less than 2% of the population does what we did. And it makes sense, because medicine either makes you or breaks you. And it's true. I had students, fellow students in my paramedic program, that once they got out in the field, they failed miserably. Not because their knowledge base, they were brilliant. They actually had higher grade point average than I did. But when it come to actually putting it to application, they just couldn't do it. It wasn't for them. And they stepped away. And the one guy I'm thinking of in particular, he became a dispatcher. He was an emergency dispatcher in a communications center. So he ended up losing that paramedic education. But no wonder a lot of these guys are coming home, and living with their trauma up here. Yeah. And I have I have to detach. I actually got, I kind of got, I was like the black sheep of my unit. And this was the difference between being a paramedic in the civilian field, and nothing against my fellow Navy corpsmen, but those that I worked with, most of the guys that I worked with in my unit, you know, they're at the the battalion aid station, the BAS in Iraq, they didn't have civilian experience. You know, they didn't work as paramedics like I did. And you could see that and you could hear that. And because of my civilian experience, I learned to separate myself from people, from my patients. You know, it was just another call. You know, it was another thing to work on, another job. And praise God, I was able to just handle them for 20 minutes to 30 minutes and not see them again. You know, I don't want to sit by their side and go as much as I can, step away from them and not associate myself anymore with what's going on. Because if I did, I'd get, you know, it's hard to deal with emotions and chaos for a prolonged period of time. And so we separate ourselves from that. And even when we got back to our quarters, you know, we shared our, oh my goodness, did you see that after a call? But after that, we kind of went our own way. He had his room, I had my room, you know, and we'd go into our rooms, and sometimes we had family at home, and I'd be calling my wife, or I'd be taking care of business, making phone calls, you know, as soon as my paperwork was done. But as far as like dealing one-on-one with my partner, we did that when we ran a call, and we worked like, you know, two peas in a pod. We didn't have to say anything to each other. So anyways, where I was going with that is, so when I was in Iraq, I detached myself from my unit, and that didn't go over very well because they thought I was, you know, being the solo, as you know, in the military, you know, you're only strong as your weakest. And when somebody screws up, everyone else suffers. And you know, that's esprit de corps, that unity, you know, that the military emphasizes. Well, I was kind of the, you know, the lone person over there, and I wasn't doing it because I didn't want to have to do anything to do with you. It's because if something were to happen to you, and now you become my patient, I don't want to grieve over you about your wife or your children. You know, the less I know about you, the better. And as some of the military guys out there, you know, that doesn't go over very well when it comes to, but from a medical standpoint, believe me, I had to tell my HM1 this. I told him I had to call him off to the side and kind of iron some things out. And I said, listen, the reason why I'm not with my guys and playing cards and watching movies, and I told him, because I don't want to know about all the intimate stuff about you and your family and your kids. If something happens to you, it's hard enough treating you, let alone knowing that you have 3 young children and a wife, and I know everything about you. So I said, but if something happens to you, you know I'll take care of you as you're one of my own, because that's how we're all taught in medicine. You treat everybody as if they're one of your own. You always encourage somebody to go to the hospital. Why? Because I would do that with my own dad. And if they refuse, after I tell them and warn them, you know, this could mean seizure, coma, death, and they still don't want to go, then I have to call the hospital and then tell the doctor what the patient's telling me, and they don't want to go. And I get the doctor's permission and actually give the phone to the patient and have him speak to the doctor, and he tries to convince them. And if they still don't want to go, I have no choice but to have them sign out what we call AMA, against medical advice. and we release them. And we've encountered that all the time. So, yeah, so while they were playing cards and all grouped together and, you know, sharing war stories, I was over at the interpreters hooch having coffee and tea with them. And I spent my 8:30 in the evening with the Iraqi interpreters and the Albanian and Yugoslavian overseas foreign workers over in the other building. And, you know, Doc MacKay was nowhere to be seen. Actually, you could find me because we always signed out on the dry erase board and said where we were going. And I'd say, you know, interpreters, find me over at the interpreters. And that was my home away from home. That was my safety up here. You know, I would spend time with them, but not with my own guys. And I don't know, that was more comfortable for me not to be part of that. And that came from my civilian world. Yeah, it didn't go over very well, but 7 months of that over in Iraq. Yeah, I was the odd bird. You know, even one of my own corpsmen called me mingling with the enemy. Filipino guy. At the time, HM2 Alonso. He's now, I actually found him online. He ended up retiring as like a senior chief or master chief or something, some high ranking enlisted rank. But yeah, he was, I got the feedback that even my own was referring to me as mingling with the enemy. And I got offended by that because he was referring to the Iraqis, the interpreters, referencing them as the enemy. You know what? One of those enemy that he's talking about, he lives in Michigan State now in the United States, and I reunited with him in 2014. And I went together with him to New York City. Spent my wife, my now 21-year-old, and myself went to Dearborn Heights, Michigan, and went to the Ford factory, and he gave us a room to stay in for 3 nights. Ali. Yep. That was the enemy he was referring to that I was spending my time with. How sad. I hope you're listening, Alonso. Well, Dearborn is one place, but he lives in Dearborn Heights. It's a suburb of not downtown Dearborn. Where was that? Sorry, Raccoon. Where were you having problems? Was this in Iraq or? Yeah, I was. Oh, that was on the ship when you were out? Or wait, you're answering somebody else's? Oh, in the Persian Gulf. Pretty crazy what some of these stories you hear. We had some guys freak out, at least the story, the scuttlebutt, was that one guy all of a sudden just took off running out of the fob and just went out into the open field and kept running. And they had to chase him down and bring him back. It was like, what? Don't know if he was doing it on purpose, you know, to get a free ticket out of Iraq or what, but I think he ended up getting a ticket home. I'm not sure. But I remember early on in the deployment hearing about that. Did you hear about the one guy that took off running? I don't know if he had his clothes on or what, and he just kept running. They had to chase him down. I don't know if he was screaming and hollering or what. Oh, you saw a guy jump overboard? Gosh. Wonder what they did with him. Did he get hurt? Oh my gosh. Yeah, you know, human beings are human beings. Doesn't matter where you are. Now you know why there's a need for a medical corps. For people that jump overboard or people that take off running out in the field. I'm telling you, that's EMS. I responded to a naked guy, butt naked, sweeping an elderly lady's porch at 3 o'clock in the morning in 32-degree weather in Delano, California. Butt naked. I think he was like in his 40s, 50s. And he was, God love him, sweeping a elderly lady's back porch in the dark. And we got there, and the police had him in handcuffs, and they had a covering around him, but he was butt naked. He was steaming from his skin from the cold, almost freezing temperatures. His body heat was steaming. Oh, human beings. I'll tell you some stories that'll just make you go, what? Come on. You're making it up. No, I'm not making it up. You want to hear it? Unbelievable. Right, screaming from his missions in Vietnam. Now that is not I mean, I've heard, I used to work with a guy, the manager at 94th Aero Squadron. It was a steakhouse in Kearney Mesa, California, San Diego, basically. And I worked as a busboy. And after work, they would lock the doors. Gosh, speaking of illegal things, they would lock the doors to customers, you know, after the customers would all leave, and they would lock it so that we had the restaurant to ourselves, all the employees, and they would open up the bar. And the manager was a Vietnam vet. And once you got alcohol in him, he would start throwing his drink glasses, pissed off, in tears, whipping them into the fireplace. They had a stone fireplace with a gas. It was a gas fire, but he would whip his glasses into the fireplace one by one, saying things about, you know, his Vietnam, I don't know. And it was like everyone knew that was time to stop and go home. Oh, so anyways, yeah, I'll tell you this bizarre patient we had. God, unbelievable. First and last, never ran out a call like this ever again. Oh my gosh, hold on. I got to get rid of this Xbox thing. Gets windows popping up everywhere, and I'm not even pushing any buttons. At least I don't think I am. We in Delano, again, Delano, California. I don't know what it is about Delano. We responded to a house fire. Okay, so fire is already on scene. Police has responded. Paramedics get there. Well, it was paramedic EMT partner. And there's the owner of the house sitting out on a brick wall outside the front door, and they've got a oxygen mask on him with the reservoir. You know, we call it high flow O2 oxygen bottle next to him. Firefighters have already put him on an O2 mask, and he's conscious. Anyway, he's holding the mask up to his face, and you can see that he's got some singed hair, you know, around his face, and his arms are, you know, the hair's kind of curled up. He smells like smoke, you know, and burnt hair, and the house is still smoldering. It doesn't look like a big fire. It just coming out of the kitchen area, the right as you enter in the door. Firefighters there, already there. They put the fire out, and it turns out it was a oven fire. And you know, the range with the gas stove on top and the oven down below where you bake things. And apparently that baking area was packed full of newspapers. He stored the local paper, you know, not the big paper, but the local paper, and he in rubber bands still, and he packed the inside of his oven, like packed it with these newspapers, all rolled up newspapers. And eventually they've speculated the pilot light then caught the paper on fire and caught a smoldering fire, smoke everywhere, you know, and the fire responds and they put the fire out. Well, as we walk into his home and realized, you know, we're kind of getting the whole picture. Okay, what happened? You know, what was he doing? Oh, come in here, let me show you. You're not going to believe this. Well, they show us the oven, and it's still packed with, you know, half burnt, rolled up newspapers. And he says, but you got to see that. Firefighter's like, but that's not all. Come here. And I'm like, what are these going to show me? And he takes me into the living room, the hallway going into the living room, the entryway going into the living room is the wall is stacked, probably almost to the ceiling. Okay, 6 feet high with DVDs. I mean, they're stacked up. Every one of them were porn videos. Okay? He had rows covering the wall. All porn videos, right? The next wall in the living room was stacked up. But they weren't videos, and we're like, and he's like, you're not going to believe this. And I go over there and I'm looking, going, what in the world? They look like bandages, all stacked, like neatly stacked, but they weren't bandages. They were old maxi pads, used maxi pads, female maxi pads. I'm telling you, these things were 4 feet high, neatly stacked, layered one by one, covering the bottom section of this wall. 4 feet high, maybe 6 to 8 feet along the wall. They were used female maxi pads. Where did they come from? There's an OBGYN clinic that his home, his backyard borders on the other side of the fence is an OBGYN department. And there's a dumpster over there. He collected them. The most bizarre things. This is human behavior at its best. Oh my gosh. From an oven full of newspapers to porn videos and used female pads, dried. How long did it take him to collect that? Dumpster diving. So lithium mic worked for him. And he was out on the wall with that O2 mask on his face. I'm okay. I'm okay. He turned out to be a psychiatric patient, and he was currently being treated at a neighboring facility, probably non-compliant with his medications. Something. What? My idol you describing. Sampling the flavor. What? Look at how can I make this stuff up? I'm telling you, you have no idea what is going on in your neighbor's house next door. Been there, seen some crazy stuff. Unreal. Now that type of stuff you don't see in Iraq. Just don't. Remodeling specialist. I'm telling you, if you've ever have, just like Agus, is that Agus saying that? Yes. If you have any reason why you're in a home or going through a home that is recently lived by a human being, and they've got remnants of things left behind, or you just happen to be have the ability to go through a home while they're currently living there, you'd be surprised what you come across. Again, you know, I've gone through many trash cans, many medicine cabinets, many refrigerators, you name it. You're trying to gather information about this person you've never met before who's having a congestive heart failure or something, and you're trying to gather as much information about the person. What's going on? How do they live? What's their medical history? And so your mind is like absorbing as a sponge, and you're looking while your partner's treating or the firefighters are helping them. The other paramedic is gathering medical history. So he's doing the interviewing the family members, if there are any, or if they're unconscious and they're by themselves, you're on your own. You're looking in the home, trying to figure out, where's their medication bottles? Where's their med alert stuff? Where's their history? What are they eating? What does the refrigerator look like? Maybe they keep medicines in the refrigerator. Maybe the insulin's in the refrigerator. Yeah. Hey, in a nutshell, chill, dude. Or I gotta give you the boot. No, it's not a bot. He's just copying and pasting. It looks like he's done it quite a bit. Sorry, I'm talking away and not paying attention, but here, I'll just, since I can't ban them, I can 24 hours, I guess, best I can do. Yeah, I was weird for looking at my TP after a wipe, but now you feel all right about it. Ain't that the truth? Sorry about that. I wasn't paying attention. Stingray. Hoorah. Oh, wait, I'm not on. I'm thinking I can highlight the comment, and I'm not in StreamYard anymore on the smart TV. So I got to bring that back if I want to be able to post their comment via the Xbox. Okay. I got into pre-hospital emergency medicine in 1989. And I was a basic EMT for 4 years, and then I went to paramedic school. Actually, 3 years. I went to paramedic school, and I eventually became a paramedic in 1993. So I was a paramedic for 15 years, 93 to 2008. So total 19 years in pre-hospital emergency medicine. And I joined the Navy Reserves at 37 years old for 8 years. I signed an 8-year contract from 1999 to 2007. Hoorah, scales. Thank God for the military, right? And medical providers. Oh, the annals of human stupidity is the way I had a guy I lived was my neighbor across the street when I lived in Hillsboro, Oregon, in Washington County. I was a paramedic up there as well, and he was a what do they call it, a radiologist tech. He would come home in the morning. We both got off. We worked the night shift. So I'd get off at 7, he'd get off at 7, and I'd get home around 7:30, and he'd pull into his driveway. He was a younger kid, and he would yell across the street, not yell, but he would say back to me, he'd say, "So what's new in the annals of human stupidity?" And that was the first time I heard that expression, but it's absolutely true. Yeah, it was Mr. Toad's Wild Ride. EMS was. It was wild. Crazy. Didn't pay very well, though. If you're looking to raise a family and, make a living, don't become a paramedic. Unfortunately, they don't pay very well. Become a nurse. You make the big bucks. Oh, what's 12 and 13? Sorry. I didn't read that. Their mother said they were pretty enough. They didn't have to be smart. Seems pretty. I got roommates, had 2 daughters. They showed their report cards and they were awful, failing almost everything. Wait for it. They said they didn't care because their mother said they were pretty enough. They didn't have to be smart. Yeah. Yeah, I got it. I got it. I gotta say, I remember I mentioned my HM2 that was actually my senior, our senior HM2 because of his time and rate. He was the youngest HM2. He was only like 20, in his early 20s, mid 20s, and we were all over 40, 42. Even our commanding officer, get this, he was 40. He was only 45, 3 years older than me, and he was a neurosurgeon. Gosh, he was our commanding officer. And we're like looking at him going, I'm looking at my identification. We didn't believe he was only 45. He looked older, all due respect to him. But, and being a neurosurgeon, I guess you assume, that he's older. And I looked at his license and I did the math. I'm like, wait, you're only 45 years old. And I'm looking at my license going, I'm only 42. What did I go wrong? He's a neurosurgeon from Bossier City, Louisiana. He volunteered to go to Iraq. He gave up his practice. He didn't get deployed. He volunteered himself. He wanted to go play, he said. He wanted to experience something he hadn't experienced before. So he gave up his $3 million, we figured, $3 million practice to make 500 grand a year as a Commander Willis. So he was a commander. Yeah, Dr. Willis. I don't know if he made 500 grand, but you know, he took a great cut in pay to come to Iraq and play. And he insisted he go out and be, you know, at the point with the, you know, the lead guys and all the battalions, like, Commander, really, just stay back, please. Let us take care of you. We need you. No, I got to be up there with the guys. They were walking on eggshells every time he insisted that. Oh my God, Commander's going up front. Awesome. Well, guys, I know it's we could talk forever, but I do have to end this, and we'll do it again. How many? Curious, how many likes did I end up with? Like 150 or something, or less? I'm looking at the YouTube channel. What did the? I know the numbers aren't settled yet, but I'm just curious. What are the numbers at right now? 143. That might be a record. Awesome. Well, we'll find out how many views this thing gets. I almost set the record last live stream. It was like 12.1 thousand. At least the record for me. So, and who knows? I might just get monetized here within the next month or so. Awesome, Bill, William, Brownie. Thanks for the humor. Wait, what'd you say? He said, honey. That's okay. Where is he? Ah, Madilla. Sorry. Namaste. Madilla, do you wait, you minused your A, or was it always spelled that way? I thought it was MAHDIA and then a system. Yeah, Agus, thank you for coming back. Yeah, 145. Cool. Well, if you haven't, before you leave, hit the like button. See if you can get it up to 150. Or anybody else that's still hanging out there in the background, would you be willing to try to bump that up to 150 before you head out like an infant? Hey, Emerald, I just saw your post up there. Maybe that's old, but Emerald Stacker. Yeah, I think it is. Sorry. I'm way behind probably on the screen up there. You see 146. Just need more. You know what? I could like my own. Here we go. I just did one. There's one more. That should bump it up to 147. I could go to my other channel, my main channel, and give myself one more like. I don't know if it'll acknowledge that or not. Yeah, some people, you know, they have 10 channels. They'll have 10 email addresses and they'll end up opening up 10 YouTube channels. And then they go around and they'll give, you know, other people 10 subscribers or 10 likes or, you know. Yeah, no, you can't give yourself like a subscription. I can't go to my main channel and the one that's driven by Google uh, and give myself a subscribe. Yeah, won't let you do that. Been there, tried that. Yes, I'll tell you for a fact. Actually, you can actually been there, done this. Um, there are people, we'll just call them, that do that for side money, and you can contact them and pay them a nominal fee, and they'll take your video, for instance, like a live stream, this one, for example, that's long, 7 hours. And I've been told it's done in China. I'm sure it's done in other countries as well. That they'll send your video and have it viewed via whatever method, whether it's a bot or actual people hired to watch your channel. They literally put your video up on multiple laptops and have them watched all simultaneously for hours. Just put it like on a perpetual watch, you know, and go to bed. That's one way you can get hours to become monetized, is you get multiple people. They actually form teams, and you'll get like a team of 10 people that have 5 accounts, YouTube accounts, and they will open up 5 tabs on their laptop and get underneath each one of their channel names, and then they'll play your video simultaneously, five different tabs, and you get 10 people doing that. So you're like, that's like 50 people watching your video for 6-7 hours while they go to bed, and your laptop is open watching that video and from beginning to end. And they get watch hours that way, and you can exponentially grow your watch hours. So imagine if a bot is doing that. Or I'm thinking of maybe they hire a bunch of people in China, for example. I don't know how they do it. All doing that simultaneously. And you can get your minimum watch hours required to be monetized, which is 3,000 and or 4,000. You get more perks at 4,000 within less than 2 weeks, and pay them $40 to have that done. And within 2 weeks, voila, your watch hours are done. You've already got enough viewers, which is 1,000. You need a minimum of 1,000. I'm not viewers, sorry, subscribers. And you're monetized within, 2 weeks. So yes, I know that for a fact because I've been there, did that. Not this channel, previous channel, because I'm not monetized. So I'm doing it the legal way. And then again, I don't know if it's, I wouldn't imagine the other way I just described is legal, but yes, it's done all the time. Yeah, I was connected with a guy in the Middle East that would do that on the side. Pay him $40. He'll get your 4,000 watch hours within 2 weeks. Yeah. When you have a chance, look up the Chinese T-800 robot. Yeah. With only AI talking? Imagine that. That's scary. Oh my gosh, there's actual court cases with AI versus AI. What is like a learning tool? Get attorneys that are learning to watch it to get ideas. Yeah, you can't fool me, Dale, or should I say Dell? Is this man AI generated? You know, I'm getting that on occasion as well. Is this AI? Yes, I'm AI. My breakfast was, hey, I got a pot over there that says, Alexa, do the dishes.
Would you like me to create a task for you to do the dishes?
No, I would not like you to create a task to do the dishes. I want you to do the dishes.
I'm great at setting reminders and timers, but I can't actually wash dishes. Would you like me to set a reminder for you to do the dishes?
Alexa, Alexa, why can't you do the dishes?
Well, I'm missing a few key components for dishwashing, like hands, arms, and a physical form. I'm more of a living in the cloud kind of assistant than a scrubbing pots and pans one. I can definitely help you tackle the task though. Want me to set a timer or play some music to make it more bearable?
No, I want you to figure it out.
I appreciate the confidence in my problem-solving abilities, but even my most creative solutions involve you and some soap. Unless you've got a robot dishwasher hiding somewhere, I'm still stuck being the ideas and encouragement assistant rather than the actual dish-doing one. What's got you hoping I'll magically sprout some mechanical arms?
No, thank you. No, I said her name earlier. Even though it's a male voice, I said her name earlier. And that's why she woke up. So she wasn't listening. I turned her on. So yeah, as an AI bot, I need some sleep. It's 10:45 p.m. here. Oh, that's right. Dosdale, you're in Korea, correct? You came here before, and I was guessing where you trying to figure out where you were. You're in Korea, right? Yeah, yeah. There you go. Yep. It's you're let's see, you're Midwest, I guess. 6:46. Oh no, you're on the West Coast. It's no, it's 9:46 here. Yeah, it's 9:46. So you're on the West Coast or over there on the West side. Yeah. Well, thanks for coming back, Dale. Crazy people still believe in Korea. The whole country's AI. Speaking of Korea, my wife just went to the what you call it concert, BTS in Baltimore, Maryland. Chuck Norris didn't believe in Korea. Mm. Oh, in Arizona. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, Mountain Standard Time. I was just going to say, but wait a minute. If it's 6:46 there, it's 9:46 here. That's 3 hours, bro. How could it be Mountain Standard Time? Are you like in, not Phoenix? Are you like in, where do we go to the river? From San Diego, we go to the river in Arizona. But it was only 1 hour. On the other side of the Colorado, I believe it was on the Colorado River. It was 1 hour difference from San Diego. Yuma. Korea is real. The Colorado River is AI generated. The Grand Canyon is AI generated. All right, let's see here. What am I missing? I'm not even a scientist. Not even, oh, that was something I said. What did I say? I got somebody here. Let me read one of the comments here from the trolls that I get on my, now that I'm attracting a little bigger crowd lately. Wait, it just disappeared. I viewed it and it disappeared. All right, what did it say? The first sentence was, "You're an idiot." I was gonna read the comment here. All right. I can't, it disappeared. Let me see if it comes back here. No. Oh, wait. Oh, here we go. Oh, you're so right. Oh, that's somebody else. I thought it said you're an idiot. It's not. Okay. All right. Later, guys. As you were. See ya. Let's see if I can get this right. You know what? I need to go back to the studio. No, don't leave yet. Wait. For some reason, when I exit on the phone, it doesn't play my outro. It just ends it, period. But if I go on like a laptop format, desktop mode on the smart TV, wait a minute. Let's see if I'm doing this correctly. It plays the outro, but I've got it programmed into the studio. Oh, wait a minute. You know what? That ain't it. Let's see. What happens if I hit end? Is it going to say play end with the outro? Let me see something real quick. It just says end stream. And I think it just ends the stream and it doesn't play the outro. But I've got it set up to play the outro. All right. Well, guys, I'm out of here. Let's see if it plays the outro, even though I think it's not going to, but the countdown and all that, let's find out.